January 19th meeting of the Falmouth Conservation Commission. This meeting is being held virtually via Zoom video conference. Please be patient. We'll do our best to be efficient and allow everyone to participate equitably. This meeting is also being broadcast and streamed online by FCTV in real time. As this meeting is being recorded by Zoom and broadcast by FCTV, please be cognizant of what you say, how you say it, and what can be seen and heard in your background. The chair acknowledges the attendance and continued support of our entire staff, but not Jen. Kevin, Alyssa, Mark, Amy, and Kristen. Jen's going to be late, just for the record. We have a full complement of commissioners. Thank you all for your dedication. However, our honorary appointee tonight is Pat. I'd like to remind you guys that for commenting, I'll call on each of you at the appropriate time. Let's try not to speak over each other. Also, that all votes have to be done by roll call. When I call your name, state your name and your vote, even if you've made the motion or the second. To our public participants, at any time during this meeting, you may enter any comments or questions via the chat function. At the appropriate time, they will be read into the record. The link and further instructions are located on the agenda. Also, Chapter 20 of the Acts of 2021 regarding COVID-19 allows for full public participation. Therefore, if you'd like to be heard on a specific hearing, let us know via the chat function. Then at the appropriate time, I will call for public comment. When you are selected, you will be moved into the hearing as a participant. As such, you must have your video enabled, be succinct and respectful of others. Public comments will be limited to 3 minutes each. First up, vote minutes, January 5th, 2022. Anyone?
Move that we accept the minutes as written, subject to any changes made this evening.
Carlo Hawk, second.
All right. We have a motion and a second to accept the minutes as submitted. Betsy.
Gladfelter, aye.
And we're still missing Courtney, correct? Even though I said we have a full complement. See, I gave him the benefit of the doubt. All right. Matthews, aye. Kevin.
O'Brien, aye.
Maury.
Carlo Hawk's, aye.
Pat.
Harris, aye.
Peter.
Walsh, aye.
Steve.
Patton, aye.
It is unanimous. We have accepted the minutes as submitted. Next up, requests for determination of applicability. First up, Lot 4, Clinton Ave Nominee Trust, 65 Clinton Avenue, Falmouth, Mass. For permission to add a second-story deck to an existing two-story building. Mr. Newton?
Mr. Chairman, staff recommends a -2 under the state and under the bylaw. Resource area boundaries are not confirmed.
Carlo
So
Hawk.
moved.
Carlo
on.
Hawk, second.
All right.
Okay, Gladfelter makes the motion.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to accept staff's recommendation. Betsy?
Gladfelter, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin?
O'Brien, aye.
Maury?
Carlo Hawk's, aye.
Pat?
Harris, aye.
Peter?
Walsh, aye.
Steve?
Patton, aye.
It is unanimous. We have accepted staff's recommendation. Next up, Leslie Shea, trustee. M. Eileen Shea Revocable Trust, 40 Alder Lane, East Falmouth, Mass. For permission to construct and maintain a second-story addition. Mr. Newton?
Mr. Chairman, staff recommends a -2 under the state and a -3 under the bylaw. Resource area boundaries are not confirmed.
Carlo Hawk, so moved.
Gladfelter, second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to accept staff's recommendation. Betsy?
Gladfelter, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin?
O'Brien, aye.
Maury?
Carlo Hawk's, aye.
Pat?
Harris, aye.
Peter?
Walsh, aye.
And Steve?
Patton, aye.
It is unanimous. We have accepted staff's recommendation. Next up, Catherine M. Roth Trust, 179 Old Barnstable Road, East Falmouth, Mass. For permission to upgrade to a new Title V septic system. Mr. Newton,
Mr. Chairman, staff recommends a negative 2 under the state and a negative 3 under the bylaw. Resource area boundaries are not confirmed.
So moved, Harlow Hawks.
Gladfelter, second.
we have a motion and a second to accept staff's recommendation. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, I.
Maury,
Harlow Hawks Eye.
Pat,
Harris, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Steve. It is unanimous. We have accepted staff's recommendation. Next up, Harold Banks and Penelope Hare, trustees, Little Island Road, map 14-14-019-000A, West Falmouth, Mass. For permission to install an osprey pole, platform, and support structure by hand. Mr. Newton,
Mr. Chairman, staff recommends a negative 2 under the state and a negative 3 under the bylaw. Resource area boundaries are not confirmed.
Harlow Hawks, so moved.
Gladfelter, second.
all right, we have a motion and a second to accept staff's recommendation. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, I.
Maury,
Harlow Hawks Eye.
Pat,
Harris, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Steve. It is unanimous. We have accepted staff's recommendation. Next up, Peter Weber and Kenneth Grinnell, trustees, 34 Drift Road, West Falmouth, Mass. For permission to install an osprey pole, platform, and support structure by hand. Mr. Newton,
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting a continuance until February 2nd.
At the request of the applicant, we'll continue this to February 2nd. Harlow Hawks.
Gladfelter, second.
all right, we have a motion and a second to continue this until February 2nd. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, I.
Maury,
Harlow Hawks Eye.
Pat,
Harris, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Steve. It is unanimous. We have continued this request until February 2nd. Next up is a continued request for determination of applicability. Deborah H. McNiven, Lot 1, Ostrom Road, East Falmouth, Mass. For permission to construct a single-family dwelling with all associated clearing, grading, and landscaping. Mr. Newton,
Mr. Chairman, the applicant's requesting a continuance until February 2nd because they had provided us with wetland data sheets and staff has not had an opportunity to go out in the field and verify those data sheets yet.
At the
Okay.
request of the applicant, we'll continue this to February 2nd. Harlow Hawks.
Gladfelter, second.
all right, we have a motion and a second to continue this until February 2nd. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, I.
Harlow Hawks Eye.
Pat,
Harris, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Steve. It is unanimous. We have continued this request until February 2nd. Next up are requests for hearing under notice of intent. All hearings of the Falmouth Conservation Commission are held simultaneously under the authorities of the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act and the Falmouth Wetlands Bylaw. Although a single decision of the commission is issued, it represents a separate decision under each authority. And as a reminder to the public, commenting is limited to 3 minutes. So I encourage you to stay within the purview of this board, which are the rules and regulations of the Wetlands Protection Act and the Falmouth Wetlands Bylaw and how they pertain to a particular application. The chair reserves the right to stop any commenting that is disparaging or inconsequential to the hearing. First up, Robert LeBlanc, 275 Seacoast Shores Boulevard and 29 Linwood Terrace, East Falmouth, Mass, for permission to raise RAZE, the existing garage, and to construct a new garage in the same footprint, to install a new driveway, to construct a new deck, and to install mitigation plantings. Mr. Newton?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there was a discrepancy on the application that the applicant had submitted to both our department and Mass DEP. They need to revise that application, resubmit, and we will need to re-advertise this project.
Okay, so we don't really need to do anything then.
No.
Okay. Bear with me, I just want to make a note. Thank you. All right. Next up, Andrew Goldman, trustee, Andrew Goldman Trust Agreement of 2001. 60 Pheasant Lane, East Falmouth, Mass, for permission to construct a fixed pier extending into Green Pond. Mr. Newton.
Mr. Chairman, I'm promoting Michael Borselli to discuss the project.
Thank you.
Hello,
Good evening, Mike. You're up, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Michael Borselli, Falmouth Engineering, and I represent the applicant. I'm actually joined tonight by PM Newbert, who performed the Shellfish Survey and prepared the accompanying shellfish report that was part of our application. She should be impaneled in the if there's a need for her to answer any questions.
Excellent.
With your permission, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to share my screen.
What if I said no?
It'd make my life a lot more difficult.
Yeah. Of course you have permission. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sharing with you an aerial photo of the general vicinity of the applicant's property. He is at number 60 Pheasant Lane, which I'm circling here. Pheasant Lane is shaped like a horseshoe in this area. Where it goes off the page to the right, it extends out to Davisville Road. So Mr. Goldman owns this property on I'm showing the eastern shore of Green Pond. And of course, this is the western shore of Green Pond, and it shows the surrounding development, fully developed in on both sides, and a fairly significant number of docks. Mr. Goldman intends to build a dock on the frontage that he has here, which would extend out into this location. I'll now share the plan with you. And I'll zoom in on the plot plan section. If you can recall back to that aerial photo I just showed, that I've shown the limits of the two docks next door, just for reference. The tip of the float on this property to the north, and the dock portion of the pier is here, and then the other structures here. One of the first things we do before we get too far into a design is we do a preliminary design and add it to the plan and share it with the harbor master to make sure there's no issues with navigation. So we did that. We submitted with our application and comments from Greg Frazier that indicate he has no issues with this dock for the purposes of navigation. If you look closely at the plan, you will see that we've shown the water depths. These are referenced to mean low water. The water depths are in excess of 4 feet where the float is proposed. You'll note something I'm calling a winter stick, which is basically the holding place for the mooring that Mr. Goldman has. The mooring will be relinquished if this dock were to be approved. This is a typical residential property. The house is shown here on the in the upland. There's a sloping landform that is a coastal bank. There's an access stairway from the top of the bank down to a small beach that Mr. Goldman's family enjoys for recreational purposes. There's a small band of salt marsh that we've shown in green. So we've designed this dock to meet your performance standards at FWR 10.16, and we've also designed it to meet the standards for the DEP regulations for small residential docks. The proposal is to gain access via a 4-foot wide walkway and stairs that lead down the coastal bank and ultimately level out and extend out to a ramp and a float. There's a profile view. This is probably familiar to you. It's typically how access is gained from the top of the bank. There's a walkway and then there's stairs, and you transition as necessary down to a lower level. This is designed to be lower to the water. And here is the ramp, and here is the float and profile. I do want to point out that this has been designed to provide over 3 feet at time of low tide. There's actually 3-foot minimum at time of extreme low water underneath the buoyancy for the float. So that meets your standards for docks where you propose a float. Back to the plan view. There's a existing stairway on the coastal bank that will be eliminated by the dock and the access to the dock, and you'll make way down to the beach now over the walkway instead of walking down the bank. And then there's a small side set of stairs that lead you from the dock walkway down to the beach. This is pile supported. We've spanned the salt marsh. We've spaced the 10-inch pilings out as far as practical. This is the typical spacing you're used to seeing. And in this case, it's 17 feet plus or minus between pile spans. These are proposed to be driven, not jetted, which is always a condition. It's been elevated. We're required to provide 5-foot separation for public access underneath in one section. It's been also elevated to provide separation from the salt marsh in accordance with DMF standards, which is a 1.5 to 1 width to height requirement. The entire dock is proposed to use through flow decking. You're familiar with this type of construction. The Shellfish Survey revealed there's no significant densities of shellfish in this area. And PM Newbert's here to comment or answer questions as necessary. What else can I tell you? The maximum size of the T section of the float is 6 by 16, which is 96 square feet. There was one comment made in the staff report from Alyssa about this small stem float. This is common, and you've seen it before. When you have a float, you can't put the ramp in a place where the ramp would be out on the actual float, because it would make it so that you walk off the float and you're almost basically walking off the edge of the float into the water, and it totally disrupts the 6 by 16 area. So this just facilitates the wheels and allows the ramp to move back and forth with the tide. So it would be similar if this were entirely a fixed dock. You wouldn't count that. You only count the T portion, or if it were an L, you'd only count the L portion. So we believe that this meets the standard for the size of the T section of the float. There will be a seasonal water and electric service to the dock as well. This is a cross section of the pier. I think that sums it up. I'm happy to answer questions, and Cam Newbrook's also here to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mike. Mr. Newton, do you want to begin?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. First, welcome, Ms. Lincoln. Thanks for joining.
Hello, guys.
I actually am going to step aside and let Alyssa take a stab at leading this discussion, as she was the one who did most of the work on this project.
Perfect. Ms. Bergeron, you're up.
Hello. Yeah, I'll get this started, and Jen, if you want to chime in at any point. So Mike, thank you for explaining the 5 by 6 foot float addition. One of the comments on the staff report, there were a number of chairs and extraneous wooden boards and kayaks that were on the beach. Really, those should be removed and stored upland. My apologies for not adding a photo to the staff report. I forgot that one there. But if those can be moved off the beach, that would be ideal. Let's see, there were some DEP comments, their typical pile supported docks. So I'm sure you saw. And then I was going through our old records. There was an order of conditions for this property from 1985. It did get compliance, and it referred to a 14-foot vegetated buffer that was planted going inland from the top of the bank. And after looking at the plan and going on site, I'm not sure if it's still there. We do have a couple photos that I sent to you, but I think it's just something we can look into, making sure it's still on the property. It is ongoing with the deed. Yeah, if we can look into making sure that's still there. I think that was most of our comments, Jen.
Okay. Mr. Newton?
Yeah,
If anything
Mr.
more.
Chairman. So as far as with that buffer strip, I think that's something that we could incorporate into a new order to ensure that that's replaced. I would think that it should be required to be replaced before any work is done. If it's in fact not there. Mike, do you have any idea what we're talking about?
No, I would have to make a site visit. I only became aware of this very recently, so I'd have to take a closer look. But I think a condition's appropriate if it needs to be supplemented in some way. Mr. Goldman is the second owner since the order of conditions was issued. The order was issued in 1985, and a compliance was granted, I think, in 1996. So I didn't focus on that when I was on the property, and I've been on the property for a few months. But I would think a condition could handle that.
Okay. And Mike, so you spoke with the harbor master about the project?
I did.
Okay.
I shared the plan with him and emailed him, and we had a couple of telephone exchanges, and then he replied with an email that I attached to the application.
Okay. Jen, do you have any comments about the dock, this project in general?
No, I did see the extra float, Mike. I don't remember seeing that type of float system on any other floating docks, but we can look into it and provide that information. I'll look into a couple of your older floating docks and see if that's the case. I understand it's going to limit you, but I don't want more float out there. So we'll look at some of your older floating dock projects and see if that type of system was incorporated in.
Yep.
Again, the buffer strip that, we're looking at the old orders. So anytime, Mike, you have a project and you want to see if we have some old orders before you start designing it, feel free to ask us. We'll send you what we have.
Yep, understood. I was amazed. It's in 1985. That's 7 years ago.
The town kept pretty good records. So we're lucky we have those, and we're lucky they're scanned so they're easily, transmitted to the engineers. And then, like Alyssa said, that the order also said no additional coastal engineering structures on the property, and there was some newer kind of wooden structures down there, like where they'd hide kayaks or something, and that stuff really should be removed from the beach. It's just causing more damage. So that'll probably be conditioned as well.
Okay.
That's it. And just one last thing, Kevin, if you could make me co-host and then we'll switch that around, that'll be great.
Yes.
Excellent. Or make me host and I'll make Justin co-host.
Show up late and take over. All
I
right.
know, just the way I am. Sorry about that, guys. I was at the beach committee meeting.
Not a problem. All right. So, Kevin and or Alyssa, anything further? All right.
I do not have anything else at this time, Mr. Chairman. Alyssa?
All right. We're going to open up to commissioner comments. Betsy.
No questions or comments, thanks.
Okay. Kevin.
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Maury.
I just had two. I don't ever remember seeing the extra float, but there could be some out there, and I think the applicant needs to show us those. But that's an extra 30 square feet, and they could change the width of the dock that they're proposing, so it could be 10 by 10 or something, so it's not as narrow and long, but it would give them more room to step off when they get onto the float. I think it's setting a precedent that's everybody's going to start adding those, and then they're going to get the 100 square foot dock, and then they're going to get the 30 or 40 square foot float to hold the end of the ramp. And I mean, unless we've done it before, I think that needs to be shown. The other thing is the public access. The only thing I have a problem, I know we have to have it, but on this particular dock, it's the only place where there's salt marsh. So the public access now is going to be tromping through the only little piece of salt marsh that's left on that property. And I don't know why the dock couldn't be moved further over to the beach area, so that they're walking through sand and then into the water instead of through the only salt marsh, because that will be gone. So those are my only concerns. Thank you.
Is it okay to comment on that? Because I can clarify that for Commissioner Hawks, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I'll share my screen briefly to point to something. We only put the note about public access here. I could have easily have slid it over here. Public access, the logical place for it is under the stairway. I could, this doesn't need to be where the public actually walks. So I could move this, as long as I'm demonstrating this is 5 feet above mean high water or more, which this would clearly be, the public can access right there. So I can eliminate that if that's puts Commissioner Hawks at ease on that issue.
I mean, it's up to the board, but I'm just one voice, and I think that the people are going to want to walk right where you have that public access shown on your plan, because it's flat and it's easy to get there. Maybe you can put something across to prevent them from going over the salt, a lateral and a horizontal board across there or something, so they can't go on that salt marsh. Human nature is to go the easiest way, and the side hill badger one isn't the way they're going to want to go. And I just think we really need to protect that salt marsh, what little there is. Thank you.
I agree. I think a barrier would suffice. I have concerns too about that small floating piece. I don't recall seeing anything like that. So I'd be curious to see other projects that have that. All right, Pat.
No questions, thank you.
Peter.
I agree with the other comments.
Steve?
Chairman, could I see the small floating part of the dock again? Could Mr. Briselli bring that up, with your permission?
Absolutely.
Oops, wrong project. Sorry.
You tell the client that's the only project, right?
Say again? Now I was trying to feverishly look for another example in my files, but I'm not that smart to remember the name of the one. I have a couple of them though, but you know, in the recent past. So here's the flow section. And then it's also in the profile view, this little piece right here. It's 5 by 6. And it's just hard to facilitate access to this without the ramp being there. I understand the comments that were made.
Okay, I just, I've seen them, but usually they're, you know, connect above the larger float.
All right.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any other comments.
Okay. Mike, would there be any pushback to doing the float? Just for example, 8 by 12?
I'd have to really talk to my client. I think he might be in the audience if he wants to speak. Mr. Goldman.
All right, let's see, Jen, is there anything in the public chat function?
Not yet, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking for Mr. Goldman. I don't see anybody. Mr. Goldman, if you are in there, could you please raise your hand so I can identify you in the attendees list, please?
We don't need to put them on the spot. I just don't know if.
Yeah, Mike, do you want a continuance?
Please, we need to do a continuance, or can we wait for some proof? You know what I'm saying?
We can't wait. We have to make a decision within 3 weeks.
So Mike, do you want a
No.
continuance to provide us examples?
Do I have the floor? Okay. Yes, I don't. If all the other issues have been sorted out and it's only that, can it be a short continuance to this? I guess the 2nd of February, or is that not possible?
The 2nd is full, Mike. I'm trying to pull it up right now for you. Hang on, it's coming up.
Jamie, may I make a comment while we're waiting?
Sure.
I just want to say, Mike, I'm sure you've designed ones like this before, but I'm not sure it's this town. I've been on since 2004. Maury's been on since 2004. Jamie's been on. None of us ever recall having seen this. I'll bet Jen doesn't ever recall having seen this either.
Not that I can remember. Mike, I have the 9th available. That's the earliest one I could squish you in at.
Yeah, I guess I'll take the 9th. I think it's worth looking into because I'd like to show you some examples, assuming that they were in this town. If they're not, we're going to have to think about a slightly different configuration. For you know, we could even turn this as a you know, not a T, I suppose, and make the tail end of it stick underneath the ramp, and then you'd have a 6 by 16 ramp where 3 or 4 feet of it was occupied by the 6 by 16 float with a 3 foot section or so about having the ramp on it. But I think if we continue it, we can resolve it.
Okay. So is that a formal request, Mike?
Yes, for the 9th.
Thank you.
At the request of the
Sorry, but I need
applicant.
that for procedural. Hold on one sec, Maury. Jen, is there any public comments?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Sorry, Maury. Go ahead.
Yep, no problem. At the request of the applicant, we're continuing this till February 9th. Carlo Hawks.
Harris, second.
All right. We have a motion and a second to continue this till February 9th. We're clear. There's just the one issue we're trying to rectify. All right. Betsy,
Grodfelter, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Maury,
Carlo Hawks, aye.
Pat,
Harris, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Steve?
At 9.
It is unanimous. We have continued this until February 9th. Thank you, Mr. Borselli.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question? Kevin, on the first one we did 275 Seacoast Shores, we did say that that's going to be re-advertised for the 9th or the
I did not
2nd?
specify the date that it was re-advertised. I
Okay,
wasn't sure about that.
okay. Alyssa, do you remember we had that discussion?
It's for the 2nd.
Okay, that's what I thought. So we'll be re-advertising that one for the 2nd. Sorry about that,
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman.
All right. Next up, Nicholas and Amy Lowell, 27 Atamanta Road, Falmouth, Mass. For permission to remove an existing dock and to construct and maintain a seasonal timber pier with pipe piles, to construct a timber kayak rack, and to conduct invasive species removal and native species restoration. And just to say it, Mike, Mr. Borselli is still in the
Yeah.
participants.
Where is he? Give me 1 second.
Our previous host wouldn't have let that happen, but
No, well, sorry, I can leave again. I promoted Maria Hickey up. Maria, who's coming else? Who else is coming with you? Oh, there's Nate. Attendees.
All right, great.
Hang on, Nate. Let me move
Hold
Mr.
on.
Borselli back
Okay.
into attendees, please. Where are you, Mike?
I think Mike secretly wants to be a commissioner.
I think I just did it, but yeah, okay. We're all set, Nate.
All right, thanks. All right, thank you, members of the commission. Mr. Chairman, for the record, Nate Goshgarian with Holmes McGrath. I will be presenting on behalf of the client. Permission to share my screen, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right, are we seeing the plan or an aerial?
Yes.
The plan.
See the plan.
All right, so the subject property tonight is 27 Atamanta Road. This is a residentially developed parcel of land on the southern bank of Coonamessett Pond, which is a great pond. Currently features a single family house, an existing cottage, 2 paved driveways, associated landscaping, a 4-foot path with concrete steps leading down to a sandy beach, and then a proposed pier to be removed. The resources on or within 100 feet of this property include land under water body and inland bank. So on this plan, the most landward and restrictive setbacks are derived from the inland bank delineation, 75 feet for resource area buffer A and 25 feet for resource area buffer B. There are 2 structural components that I am proposing tonight for this project. The first is a seasonal timber pier. This includes a pier which measures out to 4 by 40 and a float that measures out to 8 by 12. I did note in the staff report there seemed to be a discrepancy verbiage. What you are seeing on the plan are the accurate dimensions. All the lumber involved in this construction will be non-CCA treated lumber. And the pier and float will be fixed in place with pipe piles and disc feet, which will be seated on the substrate of Coonamessett Pond. The other structural component of this project involves a small boat rack, which measures out to 4 by 10 feet. Structurally, that's all I have to present. The other component of this project, which involves invasive species removal and restoration, Mr. Chairman, I'd ask to hand it back over to you and please promote Maria Hickey. I'll stop sharing my screen.
Thank you, Nate. Jen, do you have Maria in the queue?
I thought I did move Maria up. I had before. Hang on. Maria, you need to accept being a panelist. Here she comes. Howdy, Heather, in there.
I'm right here.
You're up.
Good evening, Commission and staff. Maria Hickey from Maria Hickey and Associates Landscaping. Nate and I actually took a walk on the property earlier today just to do a last walkthrough to see if with the horrific storm that we had over the weekend and then again on Monday, if there had been any changes. We did note there was a kayak stored on the beach and the dock, and in the staff comments, Alyssa had asked if we could move that out of the area, which we will be happy to comply with. So in this bank on the left side, when you're looking at the pond, it's just primarily beach trees and seedlings in the bank. When you go to the bottom of the stairs and you look left along the beach and the shoreline, probably 90% of what you see is non-native invasive vines and thorns and honeysuckle, porcelainberry, bittersweet. It's all wrapped around what little native vegetation that exists there. The same thing is on the right side. So 90% of our non-native invasive species are found down at the bottom of the hillside with the stairs as you get 3/4 of the way down. And those would be a manual extraction. And once those are removed, we would like to replant with a native understory. There's very little understory on this parcel. It's mostly trees. So our site conditions would be most compatible to plant like winterberry, blueberry, clethra, even some viburnum area plants that will thrive in the shade and provide additional habitat and food for animals and birds. On the right side of the stairs, there are some ornamental large shrubs. There's some rhododendrons. There's a non-native taxus, which is a yew. And we simply want to lift and move those out of the bank and replant them outside of jurisdiction for additional screening. In their place, we will put native woody shrubs, again, to help develop more of an understory. In the permitted list about doing vista pruning, that's just limited to if there is a large limb that's in the vista corridor, so to speak, that is damaged or dead, we want permission to remove that so we're not getting hurt when we're down there planting. As you move up to the lawn area, there are some large pine trees and a couple of oaks that are leaning precariously towards the cottage and existing house. And I've taken a number of videos out there on windy days. It's very unnerving to hear the moaning and groaning and cracking and popping noises. And there's going to be considerable amount of work done on the houses. And, you know, the concern is that these trees would give way with all the nor'easters that we've been having and come through the roof. So it will be a one-to-one replacement when we remove these trees. We will be replanting them with native trees. And again, you know, the primary focus is to help develop an understory where currently there is a limited one. And then Alyssa also had another question on, she wrote, how will mechanical vegetation removal and the replanting of the restoration area be achieved without damaging the roots of the existing trees? And typically what we do when we take a tree down, we then manually dig a trench around the stump just to see where our roots extend. And if they're wide lateral roots that are going out into other trees or vice versa, then we simply just grind the stump because we don't want to damage any, you know, native trees that are nearby. And if there are no roots in our area, then we would ideally like to remove the stumps so then we can put a new tree in place. And without any further ado, I'd love to entertain any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Jen?
Okay. So, Maria, I know you don't have a plan, so I have some questions on your planting. when you said the trees were moaning and everything like that, and we have a couple of trees marked that are going to be removed. And then you went on about your restoration area that, you remove trees and dig trenches around them. Are there more trees besides the ones that are marked on the plan that are proposed to come down?
No, just what we have marked.
So the area between, just for clarification, the area between the pond and that 75-foot buffer, all those trees in there, you're not going to touch.
Correct. Those trees will just be vine removal.
Okay. And this Vista corridor that you're talking about, we don't have it shown on the Holmes and McGrath plan, and we didn't have a plan from you. So I know you say it's just dead limbs in the Vista corridor, but we need to know where the Vista corridor is established on the plan.
Sure. And I'm sure that Holmes and McGrath can add that to the plan. I wanted to further add that before we even do any type of a Vista prune or remove a limb, I would have staff come out and do a site visit.
Okay. So for clarification, there's no trees that aren't marked that will be coming down.
Correct.
Now, are you removing any, can you go back over that again? Are you removing saplings in those big, large invasive species areas?
I had talked to the Lowells about on the left side, there's beautiful mature beech trees. And then there are many, many, many little seedlings that are very close together. And ideally, we wanted to thin some of those out and plant native shrubs in their place. And the Lowells weren't 100% on board with that. My whole point is when you stand and you look up and it's a dense canopy overhead with not a lot of light, you have a small seedling that's maybe less than half an inch in caliper that is going to have a really hard time growing into a big, strong tree. It's competing for light and nutrients with trees that have a far superior root system already developed. So initially that was discussed, but we're not married to doing that. And again, I would love to take a pre-work walkthrough with staff before we start any work.
Yeah, that will happen. So you're saying that the handwork is 20 feet from the pond and everything else, you're going to bring a machine in there?
No, just the machine is on the upper lawn. It's not even going off the lawn. And it's
okay,
just,
because that's not what the narrative says. So
okay, so mechanical removal, it's just of those big trees that we have slated for takedown. It's a safety reason, and literally the machine is going to sit on the lawn. And then the only other thing we'll do is use the tree spade to move the big roadies that are in the hillside out of jurisdiction and replant them so we can use that area for replanting. But as far as like planting new trees, all that can be done with a handheld auger. We don't need a machine.
You don't really need to plant new trees in the invasive species removal area.
No, just on the upper bank, on the upper lawn.
Okay.
It's just
So I think we're going to need to have, we might have to have that narrative redone, Maria, because I think in the narrative we did read that there was only hand removal within 20 feet of the pond. So that kind of left that open air that mechanical removal might possibly be other places. So that should be clarified.
Okay,
and definitely within wherever that Vista corridor is going to be, we do need to show that on a plan.
Okay.
So that's established.
You got it. And I can email you over even tonight or tomorrow morning, first thing, an updated narrative. Because I don't want to create the impression that we're going down there with the machine. It's not, it's going to be.
And then my other concern, like the staff report said, is digging around all of those trees. So you might want to think about what kind of, plant material we're putting in there and how much, because I think So you said, the minimum 3-gallon container, 3 feet on center, and that just might not be possible in this site. So
There are actually some pretty wide open stretches. And, we're pretty good. We've probably planted
Oh, I know
over
you are.
500,000 plants a year. So
Okay.
I'm not as worried about being able to dig a hole to get a shrub in.
Okay.
I just thought it would be really nice to establish some understory, and the client also agreed. There's very, very, very little understory, 10% of the parcel.
Okay. And then for Nate, we just want to know where that dock is going to be stored in the winter. So to put a winter storage area on the plan would be helpful.
Sure, yep, we'll have that revised tomorrow and get it over to you tomorrow.
Okay. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Mr. Newton, do you have anything to add?
I do not at this time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner comments, Kevin?
No comments, Mr. Chairman.
Maureen?
The only comment I had is it would be nice to have had a plan when Marie was talking, or at least put up the site plan for the public to see. Because we have a plan, but the public doesn't. And this is a 13,000 square foot restoration project of invasive species removal. But I know there aren't a lot there. But are we allowing this just to be at their discretion of how they're going to replant it? That's all. Usually we have a plan. That's all. Thank you.
Is there a plan in the record, Jen?
Not a restoration plan, Mr. Chairman. It's just the Holmes and McGrath plan with the restoration notes.
Okay. All right. Pat?
Does that mean that we're going to require a restoration plan be submitted?
It's really up to the commission. It's pretty wooded in that area. If Maria, wants to take a stab at, kind of showing the board where some of the blueberry, the winterberry are going to be planted in these bare areas where that big rhododendron is, that might be helpful, Maria, and having the board evaluate it. Is that something you think you can do?
Absolutely. And Pat, what I wanted to say, on these voluntary restorations, we're limited and handicapped by what's under the ground that we can't see. Certainly, Jen can confirm I've never been accused of underplanting a site. It's usually I go way overboard and put a lot of plantings. So our goal is, as you walk down the stairs on the right side, is close to 3 feet on center to get as many native shrubs that we can in where we take the rhododendron out. Even on the left side where we have some of the smaller seedlings, if I can get a hole in the ground to put a shrub, we'll do it. As you get towards the bottom, anywhere that we have removed invasives, we're going to revegetate it with native shrubs. Because you always want to offer a bigger, higher functioning habitat than what you took away. And that's going to provide food and shelter for the animals greater than what they have right now.
All right. Well, thank you. I look forward to seeing it.
Thank you.
Hey, Jen, is that something you're comfortable with, not having a plan, but doing staff review?
It's really up to the commission. If the commission wants to see a plan, Maria said she would produce a plan. If not, we can go out there. It would be nice to kind of see where the groupings are and everything. I know when Alyssa went out there, she was kind of confused because it didn't have any understory. And she was like, where are the invasives?
Yeah, it's just down along the line. So again, our goal is to put in as much as we can fit, not the opposite, as little as we can, because we want to develop a nice understory, as does the client. It's devoid of understory as it is right now. And, I can envision a beautiful planted area when we're finished. And certainly I can do a plan for you. I think just the one hindrance that we have is that we're limited when we dig in as to what we hit underground. It's virgin in the sense that it's never been disturbed. There could be huge boulders under there. I don't know. There could be roots from the trees. But
That's any project.
yeah, we're going to do the best that we can.
All right, great, thanks. No more questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Peter,
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Steve?
Question. I did want to see the view corridor, but other than that, I'm fine. Thank you.
All right. Betsy?
No questions, thanks.
All right, Jen, is there anything in the public chat function?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, so what are we looking for?
Oh, wait, Mr. Chairman, I apologize. Amy Lowell has her hand up. I'm going to promote her to a panelist. Sorry about that, Amy. You were all the way on the top. Amy Lowell is coming into the meeting.
Hello.
Hi, Amy.
Hey, Amy.
Thanks for the hearing tonight. My primary goal when we started with this was habitat restoration along the shoreline. As Maria said, there are a lot of invasives in the more level area along the shoreline. There are giant tangles of rose. I don't know what the bush is, but it's a non-native rose and briars and all that. And I wanted to remove that and put in native vegetation. There are examples in the area of a more native habitat, and I was just wanting to create that. So there are anyway, the work on the hillside is less critical for me. The reason I actually held my hand up was I wanted to ask, you said we need to show where we're going to put the dock. It would have to be on the low, where we'd store it in the winter. It would have to be on the flat part at the base of the bluff. And I wanted to make sure that was going to be okay, because there's no way we could get it up the stairs in pieces once it was constructed.
Jen, do you want to opine on that?
So, Amy, I mean, we're going to need to see that in area, because that usually the board doesn't allow the docks to be stored on the resource area like that, and that's that little beach area. So if we could just see how much space that's going to take up down there and make sure that it doesn't destroy any more area down there, I think that's important. You also have to be careful of the fluctuating water levels over there, that, you know, during a high water year, your wooden structure is not going to be sitting in water. So that's something you should also think about during a high water year. You know, how much space do you have down there, and is the dock going to be, is that water level going to be all the way up that beach? Because I've seen the water fluctuate in Jenkins Pond, not you know, Coonamessett, we don't really, you know, haven't seen too many docks out there, so more unfamiliar with the fluctuating water levels out there, but I know Jenkins Pond fluctuates a lot. So just something to keep in mind when you're determining where you want to store that dock.
Okay. That's all I had.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Jen, do we need to continue for the revised plan?
That is up to the commission if they want us to have Maria put together a plan, although as she said, going in there kind of blind, it's going to be an on the ground judgment call whether or not root systems are going to be, you know, compromised to get plants in. So this is a kind of a different site, you know, it's very, very wooded. So I'd like to give Maria that kind of flexibility to be able to make that judgment call in the field. That said, if the board kind of wants to see a concept plan from Maria, like species and things, that's fine. And then if not, then I'd be comfortable with Nate putting the Vista corridor on and just the location of where that dock is going to be stored on a plan. So it's really up to the board.
Well, again, it puts the burden on you guys. That's why I'm asking, you know. So
Yeah.
Maria, if you could just put a narrative together of plant species and approximate quantities and so forth. And then that in conjunction with the Holmes and McGrath plan, that should, from my perspective, that should suffice.
Okay. Just as long as everyone understands, no problem. I had already listed blueberry, clathra, winterberry, and bayberry. It's really difficult to put an approximate number because we don't know what we're going to find. And it's a voluntary planting, but we want to make it as densely planted on that understory as we can. Again, our constraints of we don't want to disrupt what's under the ground. So I certainly would be concerned that if I say, hey, we're going to put in 40 clathra, 60 blueberry, and 30 winterberry, and we don't get that in, then somebody has an issue with that. And again, it's a voluntary restoration. So, which is different than mitigation plantings where, you know, you have to fill in an exact square footage. So I guess my request would be based on all the projects that we've done and the work that everyone has seen, if they can have that faith in us that, you know, we're going to get in as much as we can.
Oh, Maria, I don't have faith in anybody. I've been doing this way too long. My concern with saying the voluntary is if you're removing some invasives, we're definitely going to want that to be put back.
Absolutely.
Do you have a time of year that you're thinking of doing this, Maria? Because, you know, definitely a site visit with staff, kind of outlining areas that we're going to want planted, but it's definitely may look a lot different in the spring than it looks now.
So basically, once we have our order of conditions in hand, we want to start because it's so it's optimal to get your plantings in the cool months in April before you have the heat of the summer kick in, because it allows the plants to root in and thrive under ideal conditions. You put them in June or July or August, and sometimes
no, I understand. Okay. Yeah. And just to go back to the trees that you're removing, the only stump grinding you're proposing is at the top of that where the trees are X'd out on.
Correct.
On the Holmes and McGrath plan. So we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Correct?
I only see 6.
Did I not count? 6. You're right. I counted 1 twice. Sorry. 6. I threw a 3 in there for you.
Correct.
Okay.
All right. Any other comments from the commissioners?
I have a comment. I don't see why we can't. Pardon me?
Fucked.
I don't see why we can't close this. Pardon me, Jamie?
Go ahead.
I don't see why we can't close this hearing, and if people really feel that we need Maria to do a conceptual plan as to where things are going to be planted, that couldn't be put in before any work is done. It couldn't be conditioned.
Okay. Anything else? Maura, you're up.
I'm fine with staff overseeing this and, you know, not having a big, huge plan. It's just that beech trees, Marie made a really good point. There's very little invasives in a lot of areas. And the reason is that beech trees, a lot of things don't grow under there except for beech trees. And it's rather virgin. It's really undisturbed and it's doing its function really well. I'd much rather see her do a dense planting in the invasive removal area along the lower bank than to get involved with punching holes all over that bank and opening up soil to now bring invasives in. I'm not all about more. I mean, this is a perfect example of less is better. So I think staff understands that and would guide Marie and the staff work well together. I'm happy with that. I just, as soon as we start talking about punching hundreds of holes in a bank that's doesn't have invasives, there's a reason for that. So that I'm fine with no plan as long as Jen is fine with working with her.
I've been convinced by everybody's comments that my request for a conceptual plan was misplaced.
It's a unique spot.
Yep. All right, what are you thinking?
Make a motion to close the hearing and take it under advisement.
Gladfelder.
Boy, competition. All right, we have a motion and a second to close the hearing and take it under advisement. There are no other comments. Betsy,
Gladfelder, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Maury,
Carlo Hawkseye.
Pat,
RSI. Did you hear me, Harris? Aye.
yes.
Okay.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
might be on my end. Steve,
Pat and I.
thank you. It is unanimous. We have closed this hearing. Thank you, Nate. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you
Thank
for your
you,
time
Amy.
tonight.
Thank you.
All right, next up. Elizabeth Maitland McCormick, trustee, Myriad Realty Trust, 134 Alder Lane, North Falmouth, Mass. For permission to raise RAZE, an existing one-car garage, and to construct an attached two-car garage and second floor office, and to install mitigation plantings. Jen?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Tom Bunker is here to present his project, and I'm moving Maria Hickey. Oh, I think she just removed herself back into attendees. Okay.
Mr. Bunker, you're up.
I am muted. No, I'm not. Thank you, board. For the record, name is Tom Bunker with BSS Design. I've prepared this plan for Elizabeth Maitland McCormick. And with your permission, I will share the screen and get into a description of the project.
Yes, sir.
All right, the project is on the southeast side of Alder Lane. This is on the end of Alder Lane that's more west, away from Quaker Road, near the entrance to the Wild Harbor River. I can show you the locus map here. Of course, Wild Harbor River goes through, and as you know, the Wild Harbor River is a river and subject to the Riverfront Protection Act. And so that's the first primary resource area we have. The river, we have the 100 feet from the high water line in this location. So pretty much the entire house is within 100 feet of the river. And the outer riparian zone goes clear to the other side of Alder Lane. So it's entirely within the riverfront area. Besides that, we have salt marsh that goes up onto the property in this location. And it's all in a flood hazard zone AE elevation 17. And the ground here is basically at elevation, the highest ground is elevation 9. So the flood zone is 8 feet higher than the highest point on the lot. And the slope coming up from the salt marsh up to adjacent to the house right here slopes it steeper than 10%. We have a coastal bank up to this location on one side of the house, and and up through here also, the water side of the property. A little bit of flat area along this side of the house, and it's generally flat around the rest of the house, except that down here, there's a low part of the lot where this deck is elevated up to about elevation 11. So it's 5 feet, 4 or 5 feet above the ground in this location. Limit of work we've drawn out here is around the edge of the lawn, goes through here, and with an oak tree here to be protected, and a cedar tree in this location that will have to be removed. This is the existing garage. You can see here, and if you went out to look at it, it's a little different, but the garage is attached to the house with a deck area right here, and then a courtyard and like a false front facade of the house in here, but it is connected. Our proposed site plan, you can look at a diagram here, so the garage will be added. This heavy area here is in the same footprint as we have now, but it's a second story above the sunroom, and the front deck entry will be enlarged also. So now the garage is firmly attached to the house. It does go about a foot beyond the existing footprint of the existing house, of the existing garage here, a little bit larger toward the ocean. It had to be there, or 24 by 24 is typical size for a garage, and we're only 25.5 feet back from the road. So we're adding this larger garage, which adds a little bit of coverage, mainly where that courtyard was. The driveway is pretty much the same, but it does have to widen toward the house in this location. The front deck is getting a little bit larger, and that pushes a new walkway a little further from the house than the existing walkway. I think if I can zoom in here. No, it's not on there, but I had the existing line of the house on there. And the third component of this is a second floor office built on top of the sunroom. I'll have to apologize. I didn't, there was a last minute change to the plan. I did calculated the proper amount. I carefully calculated the amount of mitigation here and carefully fit that on the plan, more than 10 feet from the house in this location here and here. But Alyssa with the sharp eyes picked up that this label and the label up here didn't add up to 678 square feet. I have this copy, I did fix these two labels, and so it is 350 square feet here and 328 square feet of mitigation in this location. And I can, if all goes well tonight, I can submit this plan tomorrow to your office. The other thing, Alyssa noted that some trees, I guess, have been removed from up here, and I talked to Elizabeth, and she said a few trees were removed from up here, some storm damage from the past were removed from this location. And the eternal question of whether the structure here is strong enough to support a second floor. I did talk with Joe Patello, who is doing the design work here, and he did tell me that they would need one sonotube installed under the main beam. I have this picture here, so you can see it's easily accessible underneath. That's a corner of the sunroom there, and you can see a bit of the beam right there. So it's easily accessible. to get under there and dig a hole by hand to install another sonotube, and it will not be, it's under the existing footprint of the room there, so it will not be damage to any resource area, will not be increasing the footprint. But so it does need one sonotube, but I haven't gotten a letter from a structural engineer on that yet. And I also have to apologize. I had told my guy to flag out the wetland line, and Alyssa pointed out in the staff report that it was not flagged. And he did the old, oh, I forgot. But yes, it didn't get flagged, and that's on us there. So that's it. I think it's a fairly simple project, adding not a lot of square footage of new coverage and doing the required mitigation. We have a 3-to-1 mitigation for the work, I think all of which is in the A zone, and also a 2-to-1 mitigation for work that's for the riverfront work. There's a little bit of increase in coverage in the B zone, and then also 2-to-1 mitigation for the riverfront area. So that should conform to all of your requirements. We have the dry wells here. There is a shower. There's an existing shower, and we're putting it in a different location, and that will drain to one of the dry wells. In other words, we have dry wells on the corners here. And yeah, I didn't have a dry well for the new roof. Yeah. Oh, no, it's existing. No. Anyway, that's the project. I'll take your questions now.
Thank you, Tom. Jen?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. First off, I think there was a small technical comment from DEP on this regarding small dockets and piers, and it should not be on this staff report. Just kind of must have just stuck it on the wrong one. That said, Tom, did you put a revision date on that plan with the recalculated?
Yes, that's today.
Corrected.
Correct.
Okay, so if you can just submit that to us, that we were trying to look at those and we were like, where did he come up with like 500? We were drawing little blocks in there and everything. Yeah. This is not 500. So thank you for fixing that. And thank you for checking on the sunroom. So to put that one sonotube in, there's not a lot of excavation underneath. It's just a little bit of digging and shoring that up with that one sonotube.
Right.
It's not like they're going to dig a new frost wall under there or anything like that.
No, there's no frost wall.
Okay.
Be done. No.
Okay. Then I think you addressed everything else we had. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Newton, do you have anything to add?
I do not, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner comments, Maury.
The only question I had is where that oak, when Tom first started talking about the oak, they're going to save it. Is there any reason why you can't put the limit of work on the inside of that and the oak on the outside of it so it doesn't get wrecked?
No, I could change the limit of work.
Yeah, I mean, it's easier than putting stuff around it and everybody runs it over. And okay, thank you. That was all I had.
All right. Pat?
No questions, thank you.
Peter?
No questions.
Steve?
Questions, thank you.
Betsy?
No questions, thanks.
Kevin?
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Wow. Jen, is there anything in the public chat function, please?
Nothing in the chat function, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
May I make a motion?
Please.
Then I'll make a motion to close the hearing and take it under advisement.
Or a second.
All right. We have a motion and a second to close the hearing. If there's no other comments, I'll take the vote. Betsy?
Gladfelter, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin?
O'Brien, aye.
Maury?
Hello, Hawk's Eye.
Pat?
Harris, aye.
Peter?
Walsh, aye.
Steve?
Pat and I.
It is unanimous. We have closed this hearing. Thank you, Mr. Bunker.
Thank you all. And Kevin, to Kevin
Yeah.
Newton, good to see you again. I think you'll be going.
Yes, Tom, good to work with you.
Have fun in New Hampshire.
Thank you very much.
All right, bear with me 1 second.
Mr. Chairman, just, did you already take the vote? I'm sorry.
Yes.
If possible, Mr. Chairman, your consultant, Trey Rutham of Sustainable Coastal Solutions is in another hearing, another Zoom hearing right now. He's actually in the middle of it. I've been texting him. If we could table Hui so that he can join, it should be just a few more minutes.
All righty.
Where'd Tom go?
I will need a motion and a second to that effect.
I'll make Harlow Hawks make a motion to table. Hui.
Pat
second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to table the Hui project, hopefully for a short break. See?
Aye, Gladfelter, aye.
Oh, I'm sorry, Betsy, you're recused from that, so you won't even vote on this. All right, Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Maury,
Harlow Hawks, aye.
Pat,
Harris, aye.
Peter,
Walsh, aye.
Steve.
Pat and I.
It is unanimous. We have tabled Hui for a short period of time. All right. So we're on continued hearings under notice of intent. Next up would be Brendan J. and Sarah G. Murphy, 40 Oyster Pond Road, Falmouth, Mass, for after-the-fact permission to construct a deck and steps and to install mitigation plantings. Jen?
1 second, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry. I am going to promote Raul from Cape and Islands to present the project.
Raul, you're up, sir.
Is Nate still in here?
All right, for the record, the quorum is, this wasn't open, so the quorum would be
Correct.
everybody.
Correct.
All right. Sorry,
Good
Raul,
evening.
now you are up.
All right. Good evening. For the record, Raul Sardi from Cape and Islands Engineering, representing the applicant Brendan and Sarah Murphy for their project at 40 Oyster Pond Road. This is an application for an after-the-fact deck construction at the property. This project was presented to this board about a year ago for an RDA. The purpose for that permit last year was that they were going to rebuild the garage with a second story. So last year, that permit got approved through this board, and that garage reconstruction, it's currently underway. It looks like through that process, staff realized that the existing house had a deck on the back of the house, and it's a rather new deck. And conservation did not issue a permit for that deck.
Raul, do you have a plan you can share, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
So hopefully everybody can see the plan now.
Yes, sir.
So this area where I'm hovering my mouse over, that's the existing wood deck that staff recognized as being something new. The resources within 100 feet of the site and in the site, it's a certified vernal pool. This project was continued without being open to provide BVW sheets to staff. So LEC provided the BVW sheets and we provided that to the staff. The wood deck on the back of the house replaces what was a brick stoop on the back. That brick stoop was located at this location and it was about 30 square feet. The proposed deck increases development on that side of the house by approximately 198 square feet. So that triggered mitigation of 3-1 because we are within 100 feet of the vernal pool. That 594 square feet of mitigation is proposed along the back edge of the property, along the back edge of the clearing and natural vegetation. There is a row of Nico blues along that existing edge of lawn. What we're proposing to do is take those hydrangeas out of that edge and putting it in front of the new mitigation areas. So essentially, the 594 square feet of mitigation will take place at the closest point from the vernal pool. So other than the proposed plantings, nothing else is being proposed. It's just to get a permit for the deck to remain with proposed mitigation plantings. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you, Raul. You can stop sharing. Thank you. Jen?
No questions, Mr. Chairman. This was caught at the building permit level. And they have, they managed to, they were lucky enough that the deck didn't move any closer to the vernal pool than the existing house. So staff has no comments.
All right. Mr. Newton, do you have anything to add?
No, I don't, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right. Commissioner comments? Pat?
No questions, thank you.
Peter? Peter?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve?
No questions. Thank
Betsy?
No questions, thanks.
Okay. Kevin?
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right. Maury?
No questions, thank you.
All right. Jen, is there anything in the public chat function?
There is nothing in the public chat function, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right. What are you thinking?
I'll
Make a motion to
Go back.
close the hearing and take it under advisement. Gladfelter.
Harlow Hawk, second.
All right. See, Raul, don't you like when they fight over who can close it the quickest? All right. We have a motion and a second to close the hearing. Betsy?
Gladfelter, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin?
O'Brien, aye.
Maury?
Harlow Hawk's aye.
Pat?
Harris, aye.
Peter?
Walsh, aye.
Steve?
you. Pat and I.
It is unanimous. We have closed the hearing. Thank you, Raul. All right. Next up, Seacoast Shores Association, Inc., 0 Edgewater Drive East, map 41, parcel 03-000K-001A, East Falmouth, Mass, for permission to conduct beach nourishment and annual beach profiling to monitor the success of the proposed beach nourishment. Jen?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I am promoting Stan Humphreys and Cameron Larson from ECR, up to present the project. Dan, Cameron, is there anybody else in your group that I'm going to be promoting?
If you could promote Mark Ryan and Dan Frawley, they're both associate members. They should be on.
Okay. And Mark.
And for the record, this wasn't opened.
Correct.
So the quorum is everyone here.
I have promoted Dan Frawley and I'm attempting to promote Mark Ryan. There we go.
All right. Excellent.
Cameron, are you lead?
I'm sorry?
Are you lead?
Yes, I will be.
Okay. You're up then.
Excellent. So for the record, this is Cameron Larson with ECR. Again, We mentioned Stan Humphreys, coastal geologist with ECR, is also on the line. And then Dan Frawley and Mark Ryan, who are both members of the Seacoast Shores Association. Here tonight to present to you the notice of intent for the Seacoast Shores Association Beach Nourishment Project. Just to give you an overview of the site, the property is owned by the Seacoast Shores Association. It's located to the east of Edgewater Drive East and to the south of Bayside Drive.
Cameron, are you going to share a plan?
Yeah, actually, I can absolutely do that.
I just don't want to get too far. And
just confirm that that's up there.
thank you.
All right, excellent.
Yes.
Well, access to this site is off of Bayside Drive. The north portion of the property seen here on the left, south portion is to the right of your screen, what you're looking at. The property abuts Eel Pond to the east and includes a stone groin along the south side that marks the approximate southern site boundary. Much of the site exists as a coastal beach. There is a vegetated coastal dune within the northwestern portion of the property identified here on the plan. The beach is primarily used by the association members, their family and friends, for typical, beach activities, sunbathing, swimming, beach games, etc. What we're proposing tonight is a beach nourishment project. Beach nourishment has been completed on this site in the past and included nourishment most recently back in 2014. Prior to that, it was completed in 2004 and then at some point in the 1980s. Tonight's proposal mimics what was approved for the most recent project, which was completed in 2014. We're proposing to nourish the southern half of the site to include approximately 530 cubic yards of clean, compatible sand. Currently, this portion of the site is suffered some significant erosion at mean high tide. Currently, the water comes right up to the revetment there, and there's essentially no usable beach for the association members within that entire area. Nourishment will be applied only above mean low water up to elevation 3, which will go right up to that revetment, and then it'll taper down to elevation 2 towards in the north direction. Again, this is very similar to what was approved by the commission back in 2014. We'll be utilizing off-site sand as opposed to dredge material. Bayside Drive will be utilized for access to truck the material in and then moved over to the nourishment area. We have provided the commission as part of this application with a sieve analysis documenting the grain size of the receiving beach. We have not sourced the material at this point, but I can assure you the material will be clean, compatible sand. Prior to any nourishment activities, we will provide documentation to the commission in the way of showing that it is compatible material. We're also proposing as part of the monitoring portion of this project to complete beach profiling to monitor the conditions of the beach. Historically, the historic profiling was noted in the staff report. The 2014 approval did require profiling. Prior to the implementation of the nourishment plan and the profiling work, there was a switch over in association board members. So the profiling work did slip through the cracks previously and was not completed until 2018. That is when ECR came on board and began completing the profiling work for the association. We've been on board since then, completing it on a regularly scheduled basis. Just to assure the commission, ECR does have a well-established working relationship with the association at this point. So I'm expecting that we'll continue on with the profiling work and can, certainly assure the commission that ECR will, provide profiling data to the commission on a, approved, regular, timely basis. I should also bring up another comment from the staff report that regarding the transport of sand within this area. Based on some of our profiling work over the last 4 years, it appears that there is a net transport of sand in the northerly direction. Now, of course, there are a lot of factors that play into this. You know, we suffer nor'easters in the winter time, the predominant winds in the prevailing winds in the summer from the southwest. So there are a lot of factors, but over the last 4 years, we've seen that there's been some accretion in that northerly portion of the site. In regards to the impacts to land under the ocean and shellfish habitat that was brought up in the staff report, I just would like to point out that this application was submitted to the Division of Marine Fisheries, who reviewed the project with respect to exactly those considerations. They did provide comments regarding this project, and the applicant is happy to abide by their recommendations that they had made in that letter. So in summary, the intent of this project is to provide beach nourishment to the association's beach. It'll provide the association with an area that they can utilize and enjoy with their family and friends, as well as provide a benefit to the interests of the Wetland Protection Act and the interests of the Falmouth Wetland Bylaw. So at this point, that concludes my summary of tonight, the project in front of you. If you have any questions, be happy to address those. We also have, as I mentioned, Stan Humphreys and a couple of the members, Dan and Mark, from the association to address any questions the commission may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Cam. Stop sharing. Stan, do you have anything you want to add before we move on to staff?
Sure, just a couple of comments about that address where the sand may be going and potentially what impacts it might have. In a small scale view of this section of the river and the pond, that is Seapit River and the Eel Pond, it's less an hourglass, with the narrowest part being right off of Bayshore Drive, the north end of the property. And over the last 20 or 25 years, looking at Google Earth photos, taking measurements off of those, that opening or that narrowest part has fluctuated between 140 and 200 feet wide. There's more of a distinct channel going to the south that's on an average about 100 feet wide. It's a darker shade. It's pretty easily to see on the aerial photos. But the wider parts to the north, about 220 feet north, the embayment's like 715 feet wide. About 500 feet south of that narrowest part, it's about 720 feet wide. So this hourglass shape gives a lot of opportunity for two things. One, stronger currents to move through that narrowest portion right off Bayside Drive, and then distribute sediments over a wider area, both to the north and to the south. I was involved with the initial permitting of the project back in 2004, and I remember our concerns were about the potential sedimentation under the two adjacent piers immediately to the south of the project area. And through some third-party discussions, we understand that neither of those owners have had problems with dredging needs associated with possible sedimentation of that material. And then more recently, with new membership and new management, I guess you could say, of this kind of project, individuals have really tried to watch the fluctuation of the beach. And as Cam indicated earlier, we're pretty certain that a majority of that sand staying in the intertidal zone is accreting the beach right off Bayside Drive. Where the rest of it goes is up to a lot more measurements, detailed surveys, bathymetric, that are just beyond the association's ability to support that kind of research. That's about all I had to say then.
Thank you. Jen?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I've been working with the association for, I'd say, quite a few years, pre-COVID. So to me, that's quite a few years on conceptual plans for this area. I've been talking to specifically Stan and Dan Frawley regarding this. Have just a quick question for either Stan or Cameron or Mr. Frawley. Stan, remember we had talked about removing the paved portion of Bayside Drive and making a little dune area and making that area a little bit more coastally resilient. Whatever happened to that kind of element of their overall conceptual plan that I was shown way back when?
I think I'd like one of the members of the association to address that question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. Actually, Mark, do you want to touch on it?
Sure, Dan. Thank you. Thank you, Commission, for having us tonight, and nice presentation by Stan and Cameron. Number one priority right now from the Seacoast Shores is proceed with the process of renourishing Bayside Beach. That's the number one priority of everyone on this peninsula. We haven't finalized what we want to do on that entrance as you were talking about with the removing the pavement, but we will be coming back in front of you with that. There's a lot of discussion to be had on our end with our engineers, and also to get the commission and DPW involved, because this land is basically owned by the town through their requirement of Bayside Drive East, and they'd have to sign off as an owner along with us as the applicant. So that's coming down the road shortly. But my primary focus would be the beach nourishment right now, and then follow up with a filing for the entranceway.
Okay, thank you. I think, and staff since the beginning of this project has expressed concerns about where all of this sand is going. That concern is shared by the harbor master. It's one thing to do the beach nourishment on the Sound or Buzzards Bay or something like that, but we're pretty far up into one of our coastal rivers, our finger ponds, and staff, we do have a concern of where the sand is going. That concern is shared by the harbor master. So we clearly wrote it in the staff report. We've been trying to figure out where the material has gone. Has it moved south? Is the shoaling of those docks to the south a result of the prior beach nourishment? Is it moving north? And if it moves north, is it going to have an impact? And how much sand do we keep going to, are we going to allow the association to keep putting on this small beach and putting up into this resource area? So that concern has been expressed ever since the association and Stan first approached me about this project. And I can't say that what has been presented tonight alleviates that concern. So that's where the staff is.
All right. Mr. Newton, do you have anything to add to that?
I do not. I only just want to amplify Jen's points there, that there has been quite a bit of back and forth on this project, and I'm not sure that the presentation today has gone into any great detail that has addressed our concerns.
Okay. Cameron, Stan, do you want to address that now, or do you want us to go with commission comments?
Dan, unless you have anything else to add to that, we've provided, the information in the application, and then, furthermore, Stan's discussion tonight, but I don't think there's anything more to add to that
okay.
at this point.
I want to give you the opportunity. All right. Commissioner comments. Betsy.
So I'm looking at an aerial, I'm just on Google Maps, and it must be high tide. And I'm not as concerned that that channel is going to get plugged because the water's flowing very rapidly through there. It's a narrow area. But yeah, we've had problems to the south with those docks that have sedimented up. And it is a concern as to where, I mean, the sand is going to move, especially if there's a storm, it's going to move off that area pretty quickly. So I'm not sure. It's a problem. It's a problem. I'm sure Jen was talking about that earlier today, all over our coast. Sea level's rising. Mean high water is moving inland, and it's particularly a problem if there's a beach involved. That's all, Jamie.
Okay. Kevin?
I guess I would share Betsy's concerns, and I just wonder if we were to approve this application, at what point are we gonna, is there any prospect to figure out where the sand is, or the majority of the sand is going, or maybe more importantly, where is there going to be a problem resulting from this sand? Because apparently, based on past performance, the same outcome, whatever it is, will occur in a pretty certain time frame, you know, whatever that may be, 4 years, 6 years. And at what point do you stop? It's not an answer, but it's pretty sums up our dilemma right tonight.
Right. All right. Anything else, Kevin?
No, that's enough.
And we had issues with monitoring in the past, correct?
We did. The monitoring was not done, but as required under the 2004 permit and the 2014 permit. I think Mr. Larson, it was correct when new board members came onto the Seacoast Shore board of directors or association members, don't know how they call themselves. I was contacted specifically by Mr. Frawley and Stan. I did tell them that was going to be an issue and a concern for the staff and the commission. And they at that time started to monitor the beach. And since 2018, they have been providing monitoring reports. So they did try to provide some baseline data to the commission on the stability of that beach, you know, when they realized that those prior orders hadn't been complied with. But as I said, it's a different makeup of that association board of directors now, and they have been providing the monitoring to us in a good faith effort. That said, all the Stan was gone by then, and we still share those concerns. I mean, I still have the same concerns.
Are they doing any current profiles?
Stan?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Are there any current profiles being done?
Yes, we do it, as Jennifer said, we do it at the same time, try to do it the same date and the same time every year. It's done in June of every year. So it was done last year in June. It'll be done again this year in June. It's done every year.
By whom?
By Stan and his group. We've sent those profiles in to Jennifer. Jennifer has a copy of those. They were done by, as said, Stan, the same firm. So there's consistency in the presentation, the format.
Thank you. Maury.
Wow. First, I have a couple questions that are more in housekeeping. I don't see any licenses numbers on the groins of the riprap. I don't see land under the ocean on this. I don't see land containing shellfish. There's not a PLS stamp and there's no address except for Seacoast Shores Association on the plan. So those, I think, just simple things need to be taken care of. I'm not a big fan of this at all. And I'll tell you that when you look at the proposed beach nourishment and it's called the proposed mean high water. They're pushing this all out into the ocean. And I take that back. You do have land under the ocean on there. I take that back. I found it. They're putting this right up against the riprap. They're creating a beach in front of the riprap. This sand, many of us have been on this board a long time. We've been fighting with dredging and the town trying to keep these waterways open. We're trying to keep them flushing. And I know it's just 530 cubic yards of sand, but you have been doing this over and over. The sand goes somewhere. We've watched Bourne's Pond get filled with sand from beach nourishment projects. And as Jen said, the vineyard, places where, maybe a half inch of sand going out over X amount of acres isn't a big deal. This will move quickly, as Betsy said, but it's going to move quickly and end up slowly somewhere. And it's going to end up somewhere in a channel or up against, for navigation, on shellfish. There's just so many pieces missing here as far as, we haven't, I see your soundings, but we really should have soundings like every year. So we know if this is moving, where it's ending up, what it's impacting. I know it's that you want a beach, but your desire for a beach is going to impact something because this sand disappears every single time you put it down. And it's ending up somewhere that it's not supposed to be. So the revetment's one of your biggest problems because you have no sediment source because you've revetted it. So you created your own problem with your jetties and your revetment, which none of those have license numbers. So we need those also as well. That's all I'm going to say. But I'm not a big fan of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Pat?
I just want to say that the comments of the staff and other commissioners are very serious, and I think we should be very careful about issuing an order for this. I also wonder, Jen, have you ever considered using a performance bond or a guarantee for maintaining the records and filing submittals on an annual basis? It just makes sense that the turnover on the association makes it hard to be in compliance with the order. I'm just put it out there. Maybe some kind of performance bond in situations like this would be reasonable. I have no other comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Peter?
Well, I have some concerns about where the sand is going. I'm not sure if the state-of-the-art engineering can determine where the 500 cubic yards of sand went from the past and the additional ones are going to go in the future. But I think we need a better effort to determine where future sand is going to go because it clogs the channels and destroys navigation if it goes in the wrong place. No further comments.
Okay. Steve?
Thanks. The important community resource. And I hope that we can find a way to work this out. I observe this far more often than many of you, I'm sure. And the channel is a strong channel. Unfortunately, my boat, it draws 4 feet, so it's not for me, but it is a well-used artifact. I've tried to figure out where this, on the north, where it would go that it would impact the channel and I don't see it, but I agree it's of some concern. It's narrow. Obviously, it used to be the bridge over to the island, so it's the narrowest point. Engineers would pick that. But it is an important resource, and I hope we can find a way to work this out. And I thank the volunteers from the community for their efforts.
Well said. Jen, in a general sense, who would conduct a study like that? I mean, is that something you put on this association? Is something the town would do? Is something the state would do? Find out where this is going? I mean, it's really about just, it would really be about studying downstream, right?
I mean, it is a request by a private association, and Mr. Frawley would like to say a few more words to the commission.
Yeah, but
That's tricky. It would be something that if the town were to apply for a grant to study where the sand would go, it would need support of the Board of Selectmen. There might be pushback from within the community of using town or state resources to find a private effort. I don't know. It's very tricky. I can tell you that given all of the other issues within the town of Falmouth and along the shoreline, this probably would not rise up to a high priority within the town when choosing to go after grant funding. So that would put the association at a disadvantage if they were to rely on the town to go for grant funding to conduct a study, because I just don't think that the support would be there. Again, and not that we're not supporting the association, just when you put it against all the other projects within the town of Falmouth that are vying for grant dollars, this would be at a disadvantage. So it would have to be on the association themselves if they wanted it conducted quickly.
okay, and that's all I'm trying to understand. Who would, if it's a figure of speech, don't anybody get nervous. If we were to push the issue that we wanted to find out where it was going, it would become the onus of the association.
Correct.
Basically, yeah. Okay, that's all I'm trying to
Just
understand.
an honest answer against everything else the town is up, facing. I don't think that this would be a very high priority.
All right, agreed. All right, Mr. Frawley.
Yeah, a couple of points on this that are. I have a long history here. I grew up here since I was 7. Jennifer knows that. My fondest memories are on that beach. And so I don't just speak for myself. I can tell you I speak for the one thing everybody on Seacoast Shores, which is 1,000 homes, agrees with, is the importance of this beach to that community. Okay, I want to make that point really clear. It's a significant asset. We actually lost an asset at the point years ago. It's a longer story, which was another beach. We don't have this beach here is something that's critically important to those, not only to those 1,000 homeowners, but the value of those homes. So that's the first point. The second point.
You also limit access, do you not?
No, we don't. We actually have surveyed about 70% of the beachgoers are community and 30% of them are public. People come from off the public and use it. So there's no restriction on that currently. There was issue years ago, but that's a different question. So it's 30% public and 70% homeowners use it right now. I think that's the first point. On the micro point, I'm like a lot of folks in Seacoast and in Falmouth, I'm a huge boater. I went to the Naval Academy. I was a Navy officer. I understand all the dynamics that are going on there. I have friends. I spoke to the Army Corps engineers about this, and they said something critically important. They said, this is a very complex problem, extremely complex. There's no easy way to measure it. I think Jennifer, you and I at one point talked about, there was this idea of experimental grains we could put in the sand that we could actually measure where they went to, almost like geomarkers. If we could find something like that, we would be happy to do it. Nobody wants to know where the sand goes more than we do, because it affects all of us, okay? So, but I will tell you this, what the Army Corps of Engineers has said to me, the single biggest change, and we have photos 65, 75, 85, 95. The biggest single change that occurred in that area was when the Army built that bridge. The one thing that does not move is that peninsula across on Washburn Island. That peninsula never moves because it's been reinforced. And that set up what's called the Venturi Effect, which you just mentioned, is the acceleration of the water through that area. So that piece that was man-made by the military back in World War II that never moves, okay, set up the Venturi Effect of the acceleration of water. And that with and what makes it complex is the various seasonal changes, as Cameron referred to, the predominant southwesterly winds, the northeasters that come in. The net of those in any one year could result in a whole number of combinations. So my Army Corps and engineers friends tell me this, it's a very complex problem. There's no easy way to solve it, to figure it out. We are concerned about it more than anybody. So we are looking for a solution. If we could find something like the grains we talked about, we have not found that yet. But secondly, and this will be the last thing and I'll stop, is that we recognize what I think Maury and others have mentioned, which is that the Cape as an entity, the sand is continuously moving. That's the nature of the Cape and the islands, it's continuously moving. We're trying to figure out how to, at our expense, because it's so critically important to all the homeowners of this peninsula, how do we figure this out in a way that does not put the onus, the financial onus, on the town? Okay, because the town has enough headaches with public beaches and their own issues not to be focused on, as Jennifer said, be able to fund Seacoast Shores as beach, et cetera. We have other problems. We have an accumulation of sand at Washburn Island. Okay, that every year it's coming in there and it's blocking, as a boater who uses the Western Channel, it starts to create a problem. The harbor master does not have a budget to dredge it every year. But myself, along with a committee member who happens to be an attorney, and the harbor master have come up with a very creative idea to potentially solve both problems. And we want to bring that in parallel to this at some point. He's working on it now. It's just the beginning. We don't want it to interfere with this replenishment because people are screaming for this, okay? Is that at our own expense, we would fund, using the harbor master's license, taking sand from problematic areas in our community, in our area, and Washburn, Boating Channel, et cetera, taking that sand on an annual basis and having it deposited on the beach. So effectively recycling and getting two things for $1, okay? That's being done in other parts of the Cape. It's not something that's new. The harbor master was a huge fan of it because it doesn't involve town dollars, it would involve our community dollars. And the same dollars we have to replenish the beach. This is it's not an insignificant amount of money. Talking about $40,000 of community money here, that's a lot for Seacoast. We're willing to do it because it's that important. But if we could take that $40,000 and get a dredging problem and a replenishment problem with the same dollar, that's where that's where we think we can solve the problem in the mid to long term. But initially, we've got to get started with the replenishment. That's why we're here. Okay.
Thank you. Jen, is there anything in the public chat function?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Bob Kowalski has his hand raised, so I will promote him to a panelist.
All right.
Mr. Kowalski, you're in the meeting. You just muted yourself.
Am I unmuted?
You're unmuted, sir.
Thank
Turn
you.
your video on, please. Thank you. You're up, sir.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, conservation agents. My name is Bob Kowalski. I'm a year-round resident of Seacoast Shores. And on my daily walk, I go by that beach every day. I'm not sure that I can add anything to the solution for the problem that the committee sees here. But as a representative of the committee, I can certainly
Second, Mr. Frawley's concern, which was also stated by one of the members of the board, I think Mr. Patton, that beach is significant to the 900 or 1,000 homeowners on Seacoast Shores. The problem is Seacoast Shores Association is the custodian of that beach. And I don't believe they've come up with a very good plan to save that beach for the Seacoast Shores residents. It's been renourished numerous times, and I mean, there's different numbers floating around as to how much sand has been put on that beach over the last 20 years. And I remember from the 2014 replenishment, certainly by 2017, all the sand on the south end of the beach was gone. So what happens is the residents use the public end of the beach instead of the resident end of the beach, which is at the end of Bayside Drive. And that just squishes everybody into, the Bayside Drive area is actually 50 feet wide. But it is important to come up with a solution to this problem. And hopefully the board working with the association, who is the custodian of the resident beach, and their engineering can find a solution. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Jen, is there anything else in the public chat function?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right, folks, what are you thinking?
Jamie, may I ask 2 more questions?
Yep.
So my first question is, you have a thick line that shows approximate property line per plan book 77, page 1121. When is that? When was that property line? When was that the shoreline? Because you would have had a huge beach then. Was that prior to the Army building the bridge across? When did that bridge be built across?
The bridge got built in World War II. It was used for amphibious warfare training for a short period of time in the mid-40s.
Okay, well, is that plan book property line before or after that? I mean, there's a huge, where you want to do the beach, there used to be a lot of beach, and now it's all shifted to the north to where what you call the public beach. So I'm wondering if, when there must be a series of aerials that somebody could say, it used to be here, and then either there was a hurricane or the Army Corps came in, and now it's all shifted. So that's one question that I think you should look at. And the second question is, someone, I think Mr. Frawley said that it's done, the beach profiles are done the same day every year, which for some kinds of studies is kind of an appropriate study. But the fact is, you could do it one day this year, and next year you could have a major storm the day before that day and could completely change where the profile is. So again, Stan, I have a question for you, and that is, have you noticed, I mean, I don't know how often you go over there, or maybe you don't go that often, but maybe this is people who live there. Is there a seasonal change in that beach? For instance, those people who know Woodneck Beach, the sand goes out in the wintertime. And so it's all cobbly, and then not enough for the people who go to it, but a lot of it comes back on shore in the summertime. So is there a seasonality to that area too? So I think these are questions. I mean, sometimes beaches move to the north, I worked on a beach in the Virgin Islands, and there was a definite seasonality. This is at the end of an island, and it would move all the way to the south in the wintertime. And then when the south waves, summertime south winds came, the wind shifted back out, the beach shifted to the north. So it would be interesting to know if there's a seasonality to what happens in the sand there too. I mean, I think these are questions you'd want to answer before you try to come up with a solution. But there's a problem. I mean, you don't have a beach in front of where there's riprap. Well, why was that riprap put there? The riprap was put there because that was an eroding area. So you're kind of starting off at a bad, this is a bad starting point.
We can answer the first one.
The only
Go ahead.
thing I would say, Betsy, is that I would be surprised if there was a seasonality to this more or less embayment shoreline as opposed to an open coast shoreline. But maybe one of the members who are there year round would be able to add something to that. When we started with this project, we actually, and discussing the changes that might occur along the easement, there was some discussion of maybe seeing if no new sand was brought into the area and a reuse of the beach sand at the north end might be a solution. But then that discussion died, one, because it's an activity on the easement, in the easement, which has some legal problems to it. And then two, it's robbing Peter to pay Paul. But if that's something the commission would like us to look into a little further, where in other words, we would excavate sand from the north end and put it on the south end, maybe that's worth a continuation for further discussion.
Maybe you'd lose all your beach then though.
That's a risk.
All right.
But
Ben, what do you think?
I guess my final comment would be where there's been no demonstrated evidence or documentation of an adverse effect on a resource area. It places the commission as well in an awkward position to speculate on resource area adverse impacts that haven't been documented or measured.
Well, if Mr. Frawley knew for sure that the beach, that the sand that's blocking the entrance, down by, down to the south for your boat, if you knew that sand that you want to move up, if you knew that sand was coming from this area, that would be a great swap. But we really don't know the answer to that question.
Correct. And as I said, the Army Corps engineers made that clear to me because we had 100 theories. You talk to 100 people on Seacoast and there's 100 theories as to what's happening. Some people say it's caused by boat wake agitation. Some people say it was caused by a dock, by a jetty that was put in a few years ago. The Army Corps engineer reminded me it's far too complex and there's just too many variables so that it doesn't, you can't make that determination. He said,
Mother Nature plays a huge role in this.
Exactly right. Exactly right. And so that's why the idea of recycling the sand, eventually it's all the same sand, as long as the quality was similar. The idea of taking sand, anytime there is any kind of an impedance or a negative effect, we would take that sand and move it to the beach. That's assuming we get through this first replenishment. That's
hold on.
But I think the negative effect that we've seen further to the south is that there are docks that are there that used to be over water and now they're over a sand flat. So that sand's coming for, there are some negative effects by sand movement. So you can't say that there haven't been any demonstrated negative effects.
No, I didn't say there's no negative effects. I'm saying there's no correlation between our beach and those negative effects. There's definitely negative effects, Betsy. I have a good friend, he's a vice president of this board. His dock's virtually unusable because their sand is piled up into his dock. But he's sitting here saying, please do the beach. Okay.
Yeah, well, he doesn't, none of us know where the sand came from.
That's correct. That's right. That's what the Army Corps of Engineers kept reminding me was you can't make the correlation. It's too complicated. You can only solve the problem in front of you. And they reminded me that if you wanted to really solve the problem, you'd cut that reinforced side on the other side of Washburn Island, you take that out because most of this disruption appeared to have occurred based on photographs taken over the last 40 years since that was built, because that created the Venturi effect. That's a real.
I would like to know, whatever happens, I would like to know what date that property line was in Plan Book 77.
Yeah, I don't know.
Excuse me.
Yep.
You're up.
I just had one quick question. How far out are you putting the sand past mean high water?
We're nourishing down to mean low water, nothing below mean low water.
Yeah, but how many feet from mean high to mean low?
It's at the widest point, probably about, I think it's about 35 feet. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. Well, yeah, no, that's about 35 feet. I'm thinking of that mean high comes up to the revetment and it'll be nourished from the revetment about 35 feet out at its widest point.
So you're going out 35 feet into basically into the channel. Okay, thank you.
Jen, do they need permission from the town for access?
I believe they've already achieved, submitted that, correct? Mr. Farley, you went to the town. No, well, they went to the town to get permission to file the application, correct, Mr. Farley?
Correct.
And what'll happen is once they obtain, if they obtain an order of conditions, they'll have to go back to the town to secure a license agreement to access the town property to place the sand on the beach. But because this is a roadway that could be a little different, they'll have to go back and talk to either the DPW or the Board of Selectmen.
Did you have something else, Jen?
Huh?
Did you have something else? I thought you had a question. Okay.
I had a comment, but I'm going to save that comment.
All right. Hands only. Anybody have any other comments they'd like to throw in?
Are we going to get the licenses for those? Are there licenses for the jetties and the revetment?
We don't have license numbers at this point. I don't, if they are licensed, we can certainly look into that. I can do some digging on that.
We usually require it when we have a plan. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So what are we looking at, Jen? What do you think?
Well, the board can either close the hearing or Mr. Larson and Mr. Humphries can request a continuance to get the information, or at least try to provide the info. I mean, there's some basic housekeeping information that the board would need on the plan to feel confident if you were to close this hearing. At the same time, if there's any outstanding questions that either Cameron or Stan might be able to answer, or even members of the association that the board has asked. That I just have one clarification. I am going to ask my question, my comment, Mr. Frawley, when you're saying that you're working with a project to get the sand, is this moving sand out of Eel River West and putting it into Eel River East?
Exactly. Eel River West is where the problem is occurring every year.
Okay.
In Bayside Beach is where we'd like to put it.
Yep. So you're moving it out of Eel River West and moving it into East. Got it. Okay. Thank you.
Correct.
Cam and/or Stan, what are you thinking?
Well, there's definitely been a lot of discussion here tonight. I think, I don't know if we'll ever, as we've kind of alluded to, I don't think we'll ever have an answer as to where this sand is going at this point. It's a modest amount of sand, 530 cubic yards. As has been alluded to by many here, that, it's a very complex problem. I don't think we'll ever have that answer for the commission if that's what they're expecting, if that's what you all are expecting. I do understand that there have been some requests to add some information to the plan. We can also explore some options regarding the nourishment, as Stan alluded to, moving some from the north portion of the beach to the south, if, that's something that the commission would entertain. We're definitely in a tricky problem to provide an answer as to where this sand is going. I don't know if that answer will ever be in front of the commission. But I think at this point, we do have some due diligence to do in terms of, getting some things updated on the plan. We can do some digging on some of the questions that came up tonight. So I think it'd be best if we request a continuance. I don't know what would be appropriate, if there's when the next available hearing would be, but I think that would probably make the most sense tonight.
Perfect. Jen, what are you thinking?
I have one additional comment, Mr. Chairman. Cameron, Stan, I would be really cautious about trying to take the sand from public, what many people might view as a public resource, and putting it on a private association resource. Stan, you and I had that conversation with the association years ago, that is going to be very, very tricky. You'll have to present that to the Board of Selectmen and have them agree to filing a plan like that. And then to have this board permit, again, taking sand from a public resource and placing it on private, which is essentially private property, whether the association allows the public to sit there or not, it's essentially private property, and staff would have some concerns with that.
I think we completely agree, and it was something that was discussed, and how we ended up here with this, off-site nourishment.
Yeah, no, I understand.
The most suitable option.
Okay, gentlemen, let me see. We just moved one. I gotta jump back onto the server. So I have the 9th or the 16th available. And that would be of February.
The 9th, that's 3 weeks out. I think that gives us enough time to get our material together. That would be, let's plan for the 9th if you have an open.
Okay, so you'll have your materials to us on the 2nd, Mr. Larson.
The 2nd, not a problem.
Great, okay.
Anybody?
At the request of the applicant, I move that we postpone this, give a continuance until February 9th.
Second, Gladfelter.
All right, we have a motion and a second to continue this till February 9th. If there's nothing further, taking the vote. Betsy?
Gladfelter, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin?
O'Brien, aye.
Maury?
Carlo Hawks, aye.
Pat?
Harris, aye.
Peter?
Walsh, aye.
Steve?
At night.
It is unanimous. We have continued this until February 9th. Thank you, Cam. Thank you, Stan.
Great, thank you, Commission.
Thank you, Commission.
All right, next up, Joseph and Lucia Giangrasso, 55 Little Island Road Nominee Trust, West Falmouth, Mass. For permission to remove an existing deck, install a pool, and to install mitigation plantings. Jen, you still have Mr. Kowalski in the hearing?
Yeah, I'm looking. Okay, got that. Thank you. I'm moving Mr. Burselli up. And I am moving Mr. Kolowski out. Okay.
All right, for the record, that we have the quorum is everyone. And do we have a DEP number now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Mr. Borselli, sir, you're up.
Thank you, Mr.
Welcome.
Chairman, members of the commission. Mike Borselli, Falmouth Engineering, represent the applicant. I'll be brief. This is a continued hearing. I think we've satisfied staff comments. I'll share my screen if you allow so. I'm going to assume you allowed me to. I'm zoomed in on the area in question. There were three basic issues. There was a suggestion that we relocate the mitigation planting from a location we had over here to a more appropriate location in this location. So we shifted the mitigation planting. Remember, this shaded area of deck is to be removed, so it'll be more than 10 feet from any structure. Staff asked us to update the plan to show some existing stepping stones. We've done that. There was a concern by neighbors that construction access might violate their common property line. So we're showing on the plan that there'll be a limit of works silt fence that comes right along the edge of the vegetation, which is right in pretty much in common with the property line. We've also labeled the trees to be tupelo. And I think that sums it up. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Wow, speed reading. Thank you, Mike. Jen.
Staff has no comments, Mike. Just when you're doing freshwater BVWs, submit the data sheets to us during the project, okay?
The only reason I didn't is because this was already reviewed and approved, so I didn't know that I needed to resubmit data sheets.
It's okay.
Thank you.
Just keep it in the back of your mind. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Does anybody have any questions, comments? All right. What are you
Make a
thinking?
motion to close the hearing and take it under advisement. Harlow Hawks.
Gladfelter second.
Perfect. We have a motion and a second to close the hearing. There's nothing further. Jen, is there anything in the public chat function?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Got to cover my legal piece. All right, we have a motion and a second to close the hearing. Betsy.
Gladfelter, aye.
Hughes, aye. Kevin.
O'Brien, aye.
Maury.
Harlow Hawks, aye.
Pat.
Harris, aye.
Peter.
Walsh, aye.
Steve.
Pat, aye.
It is unanimous. We have closed this hearing. Thank you, Mr. Borselli.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Commissioners. Good night.
All right. Can we untable?
Yes.
Perfect. All right. I need a motion and a second to untable Hui.
Harlow Hawks, untable Hui.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to untable the Hui project. Matthews, aye. Kevin.
O'Brien, aye.
Maury.
Harlow Hawks, aye.
Pat.
Harris, aye.
Peter.
Walsh, aye.
Steve.
Pat, aye.
Excellent. Hui is untabled. Therefore, sorry, I gotta go back a page. Bear with me.
Jen, can you remove me from the panel?
I will, Betsy. I'm trying to get the whole project team and then I'll work it on you. And for some reason, I'm not getting Jack Vaccaro to come in.
Can I
There
do
he
my
is.
part, please? Next up under continued hearings under a notice of intent is Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, 86 Water Street, Woods Hole, Mass. For permission to replace the existing Iceland Marine facility at 86 Water Street in Woods Hole. The proposed work will involve A, the in-kind replacement of the existing tile-supported dock, B, reconstruction and reconfiguration of the deteriorated bulkhead and small boat slips, C, installation of an autonomous vessel port, D, dredging along the facility's west berth, and E, site redevelopment, including demolition of the Iceland building and construction of a new waterfront building. And for the record, Betsy is recused and Maury is not on the quorum. Jen?
So yes, Jamie. Okay, Thank you, Leslie Ann. I have promoted the WHOI project team up. I believe Dwight Dunk is going to lead the presentation. We have Leslie Ann McGee, Leslie Fields, Les Cox, Rob Muir, Jack Vaccaro. We have Trey Ruthen, who is the consultant, the peer review consultant, and Maury has, Betsy has been put back to attendees. So I think I got everything.
Woo-hoo. Welcome, everyone.
Thank you. Jennifer, may I share my screen with the PowerPoint? And I think Leslie Ann will make a brief introductory statement.
Okay, yes, that's fine, Dwight.
Okay, can everyone see that PowerPoint presentation in full screen mode? Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, Jen, are you good for me to start?
Yes, Leslie Ann. Thank you.
Thanks. Dwight, are you good?
Yes.
Okay, great, thanks. Good evening, everyone. I wanted to take an opportunity to introduce myself. I know that for the most part of these hearings, you've been hearing from some of our consultants, and I just wanted to introduce myself. I'm Leslie Ann McGee. I am the program manager for the Seawater Project. I've been at the institution for about 6 years. In a previous incarnation, I was the CZM director for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So it's great to see this regulatory process in action. I want to thank the chair and the staff for the collaborative work that we've experienced over the last several months working with Jen and her staff and peer reviewer. You all know that this is a super complicated project that we have endeavored to make as close to the current configuration as possible. And I just wanted to reiterate, for us, this is an existential project for the oceanographic. And as you know, WHOI is a science organization, and we have our work regularly peer reviewed. That is a component of our everyday work, and we look forward to it and we thrive on it as we have during this process. We are really proud of the project that we've brought to you, and we hope that it's a win for the environment, it's a win for the economy and the community. And we believe it represents a significant improvement over the current condition on our working waterfront. Specifically, it's a first-in-class climate resilient facility, which will be brought up 2.5 feet initially, with another 1.5 feet of additional adaptation on the site to anticipate the needs of sea level rise and also impacts from storms and flooding. We are reducing the buildings in the FEMA V zone as well as the Falmouth presumptive V zone over today significantly. We have moved part of our facility, a small part, but a part of our facility away from the eelgrass beds, as you'll see tonight. We have widened the channel, which will benefit everybody. And we are looking to modernize our working waterfront, which is one of the Cape's only, or is the Cape's only deep water port. So we look forward to the collaboration. I know we may be close to our discussions ending at least tonight, but we look forward to working with you on this project from beginning to end. And really appreciate the opportunity to just say hello and put my name out there and have any other questions that you might want to ask me as a member of the WHOI community, and also my colleague Rob Munier, who's on the line as well. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Dwight. So thanks for everything.
Thank you, Leslie.
Thank you, Leslie Ann. You have been, Jack Vaccaro, my colleague, has been, making the presentations. I'm, new to the commission members, so I'll just introduce myself. My name is Dwight Dunk. I'm a principal at Epsilon Associates. I've been working as an environmental consultant for over 30 years in the Northeast U.S., projects around the country, overseas, primarily in Massachusetts. So a little just background, my background to let you know who I am. With that, let's move on to the brief presentation from the hearing on December 15th. Our notes from the hearing, there were just a few outstanding items from our notes that we wanted to address that the commission were outstanding. One was a stamp survey plan showing the property line information. Wanted to evaluate the potential resource area behind the community association building. Look to minimize encroachment of the bulkhead at the small vessel port into land under the ocean, and look for a certification of the compliance with FEMA Technical Bulletin 5 that's relative to work within the velocity zone. We're going to review each of these this evening. We're going to try to keep it brief so we can get to questions. We do acknowledge that we received the peer reviewer comments this evening around 5 o'clock. The comments in the letter that we received today really didn't identify new issues that I evaluated or commented on issues that have been addressed to date, specifically in the letters and the correspondence submitted December 10, 2021 and January 14, 2022, but we'll address the items that were in that letter as I go through the presentation. Number one is pretty straightforward, the stamp survey plan showing the property lines that was provided with the correspondence submitted last Friday. This is the plan prepared by Feldman Associates, Feldman Geospatial now, dated November 23, 2021. This shows the property lines for the Hui property. Number two, to evaluate the potential resource areas behind the community association building. It's a triangular area. If everybody can see my cursor, the blue is highlighting the property line and the area right behind the building. Here are some photos of that area. We can see that there's man-made materials in here, anchor blocks, granite, metal anchors, concrete chunks. What we have identified this area as being land subject to tidal action, a wetland resource area, identified in the Mass Wetlands Protection Regulations as well as the Falmouth Wetland Regulations. The bulkhead that we can see along the north and west edge of the triangle is identified as coastal bank. There's a 100-foot buffer zone from that coastal bank, but we believe this area is best regulated as land subject to tidal action. We provided that information to staff in December. And we request concurrence on this determination. Number three, I think this is one of the areas of most concern. It is the small vessel port. And this image here is the image that is the layout that was presented in the notice of intent. And what's been presented before is that the triangular notch, as it's called, would be removed, and that area would be returned to land under the ocean. And then there would be a realignment of the bulkhead for the small vessel port. It is our opinion and interpretation of the regulations that this did meet the performance standards in the state wetland protection regulations, as well as the Falmouth wetland regulations. We met with Jennifer and the peer reviewer January 7 to, after the December 15 meeting, to go over various items. We talked about this area in particular. And as I said, as we went through in the December 10 letter, that we think the project in total, including this, does meet the performance standards for 1038, including that being for 1038 4D. In the spirit of compromise and cooperation, we looked at ways to get to a no net loss of land under the ocean. And this layout was provided to you with the January 14 submission of additional information. And, the reason here is in 1038-4D, that section does talk primarily about the functions of the velocity zone, the functions of land subject to coastal storm flowage. It includes the phrase or the clause of no adverse effect to adjacent wetland resource areas. As I said, we believe that our initial plan did meet the performance standards established in land under the ocean. And by meeting the performance standards, the interests of the act and the interests of the bylaw were met. But, following the discussion and during the discussion, we talked about some potential ways of, perhaps getting to a no net loss of land under the ocean here so that we could, basically, straight out show that we meet the standard of no adverse effect to land under the ocean because we have no net loss. And during that discussion, we just kind of laid out some alignments of potential changes. Following that discussion, the project team met with the owners, HUI, and met with the, project engineers, the designers, to identify, a project that could get to no loss of land under ocean here, and at the same time meet the needs of HUI. And this is the realignment of this small vessel port as we presented. The some of the issues the notice of intent did include an evaluation of land under ocean, how we met the performance standards both under the act and the bylaw. One of the items that in that standard is in 1025-9 of the Falmouth Wetland Regulations for water dependent projects. The intent there is to minimize potential effects, minimize effects on land under the ocean in the functions. And then for 1025-11, it talks about no destruction of eelgrass beds. We have designed the project so that we have no direct work, no direct impact in the mapped eelgrass beds. The realignment here of removing the notch and moving this bulkhead landward north. What happens here is this bulkhead that's adjacent to this edge of the eelgrass leads to a greater separation between the eelgrass margin and the bulkhead. This area stays about the same. And again, in this area, by moving the bulkhead further north, further landward, we have greater separation between the mapped eelgrass boundary and the realigned bulkhead. So the purpose, the design here is to have no adverse effect, no direct work in eelgrass, no destruction of eelgrass. As you know, in the notice of intent, we have a eelgrass avoidance and mitigation plan. We, with that, we've identified the fact that there is the potential to have some adverse effect to the eelgrass during construction. As I said, it's a potential. And with that, we made some assumptions in what that potential area is. We made an assumption of up to 1,000 square feet could potentially be affected during construction by the seawater project. And therefore, we propose mitigation at a 3-to-1 ratio using conservation moorings elsewhere in Great Harbor, so that we have a 3-to-1 ratio. The conservation moorings would be done at the outset of the project and installed at the outset of the project. I won't go into details about the eelgrass mitigation, avoidance and mitigation plan. It's in the notice of intent. It's been discussed previously, but that was prepared in consultation with the Department of Marine Fisheries and the US EPA's eelgrass experts. So, in terms of the idea that we have confirmed that there would be impacts to eelgrass, where we've specifically designed it to avoid direct impacts to eelgrass and developed a plan to proactively mitigate it, monitor it in case there is eelgrass alteration. The next item that was outstanding after the last meeting was to certify compliance with FEMA Technical Bulletin 5. The HUI and the project team has been consulting and working with FEMA on numerous occasions over the past year because the whole site, as you know, is within the 100-year floodplain. So it's regulated as LSCSF. So, with that, we've had quite a bit of coordination with FEMA. And with that coordination, we did receive guidance relative to FEMA Technical Bulletin 5 from Ms. Katie Rand, an email to me that was dated December 27th. And, she identified these design elements that should be addressed, evaluated as part of the project. And if these are met, then the guidance in Technical Bulletin 5 is met. These were provided to Ms. Lincoln as well for, as the town. And what was presented in the January 14 submission was an evaluation of each of those design elements by the project team, by the project engineer, and certified by the project engineer as Katie Rand requested. So what we've done here is to identify that the FEMA Technical Bulletin 5 standards have been met, with FEMA being the arbiter of that, of those standards, and requesting that the design engineer certify it. So, trying to keep this brief, as the chair asked for, last time to have a brief meeting that we could address everything. Just in summary, you requested a stamp plan survey that's been provided. We've looked at ways to, we've investigated that area behind the community association building, determined that to be land subject to title action, and request concurrence on that determination. We have re-evaluated the small vessel port, and we have a no net loss of land under the ocean, which we think clearly meets the standard of no adverse effect on land under ocean, since there's no loss of that resource area. And we've provided the certification on the compliance with FEMA Technical Bulletin 5. With that, and we're hoping that we can get to a conclusion tonight to we've addressed all of the commission's concerns. We've addressed all of those questions and comments from the commission, from the staff, from the peer reviewer to date. Those are in the record. Those responses are in the record, with the correspondences from November 24, December 10, and January 14. As you know, the project involves work in land under the ocean, land subject to coastal storm flowage, and the buffer zone to coastal bank, which is the bulkhead. The notice of intent, additional information, specifically the notice of intent in the letter of December 10. We looked at the performance standards for land under the ocean, land subject to coastal storm flowage, and our interpretation of those regulations, that we've met all those performance standards. We do continue to request a waiver for work within the 50 feet of eelgrass, and that's a waiver from from Commonwealth Wetland Regulation 10-15. And we do respectfully request that an order be issued allowing the project to move forward with pragmatic conditions. As Leslie Ann mentioned, this is a pier replacement project, so the pier is being replaced in place and essentially in kind. The port facility improvements that are proposed, which do require some of the bulkhead alignment and the new building, but all of this is, the design is designed to accommodate sea level rise, to be resilient. It's really a very interesting pier design where it's in place, essentially in kind, 2.5 feet higher, with the ability to accommodate another 1.5 feet of sea level rise on the pier and the site and in the building. And with that, where it is a fairly complex project, we would certainly like to offer our services in terms of assisting with drafting special conditions that go along with the order, for the order of conditions, if the staff so chooses. And with that, in the attempt to keep it brief, we'll end the PowerPoint presentation and turn it back to the chair for any discussion, further questions.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate that. Is there anybody else on your team that wants to add anything at this point?
I think at this point we're good with the presentation and to respond to questions or comments that the commission has.
Okay, you can stop sharing then.
Okay, I may choose to I may ask to share as we go forward if any types of images or information we have would help with with responses.
Yep, and somebody may ask.
Yep,
they usually do as soon as I ask, take it down. That's how it works. All right, Jen, why don't we start with you?
I'll just defer to Trey. He was the peer reviewer, so if Trey wants to address or answer any questions the commission has, that's why he's here. So Trey.
Good evening. I apologize about being late. I was at another hearing earlier this evening. I agree with a great deal of what Dwight said. We've made a fair bit of progress since our last hearing on the 15th, especially relative to the FEMA conditions. There's one point where we still disagree, and that has to do with the conversion of resource areas by the small port. And that ties in with the eelgrass variance that's been requested. The disagreement comes under lands subject to coastal storm flowage, 1038 4D. It specifically says changing of resource areas and having an adverse impact. The land under the ocean that we will be occupying with steel bulkheads and concrete is the same land under the ocean that is supporting the eelgrass immediately adjacent to the facility. The facility, as you saw in the presentation, in some areas is moving away slightly, but in other areas it's actually encroaching further on the eelgrass. So by taking up that land and converting it from land under the ocean into basically structured coastal bank, that is an adverse impact. And therefore, without a variance, I don't think it's permittable under the Falmouth wetland regulations. Otherwise, I think, for the commission, it comes down to really, can you grant the variance for eelgrass? And with the variance in eelgrass, can you permit under 1038 as requested that they are changing the resource area, which is directly related to the eelgrass? Otherwise, I think we're pretty well set.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, if I may I respond, or do you want to have?
At this point, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yes, in terms of the Falmouth Wetland Regulation 1038-4D, we did review that, and I think the interpretation there. Let me read a piece of it verbatim. We did review this in detail in our letter of December 10, but D reads, as proposed project within a velocity zone shall not destroy or otherwise impair the functions for any portion of said landform, and that is the land subject to coastal storm flowage, because that's the section that we're in. So said landform is land subject to coastal storm flowage. And I'll continue, and/or shall not have an adverse effect on adjacent wetland resource areas. Doesn't say that there cannot be a conversion. What it's saying is have an adverse effect on the wetland resource areas. And then it goes on to give some further clarifications of those which we've addressed in that letter, such as, result in alteration of vegetative cover in the land subject to coastal storm flowage, interruption of supply, etc. So what we have here is in the adjacent wetland resource areas is land under the ocean that we're talking about. And when we go to land under the ocean, the Falmouth Wetland Regulations does have performance standards for land under the ocean. I'm not going to go through all of them that we provided in the notice of intent. But before I talk about that, I just also want to refer back to Falmouth Regulation 10.21 in the introduction, which talks about the regulations, and it reads in part, Falmouth Regulation 1021 through 1040 are in the form of performance standards and shall be interpreted to protect those characteristics and resources to the maximum extent permissible under Chapter 235 of the Code. And it further says the performance standards are intended to identify the level of protection the Commission must impose in order to contribute to the protection of the resource area values. And it is the responsibility of the Commission to order specific measures and requirements of each project within the project, which will ensure that the project is designed and carried out consistent with the required level of protection. But what we have here is the fact that the performance standards are interpreted to protect the characteristics of the resource areas, and that if the standards are met, the interests of the resource areas are considered to be protected. If the resource area values or interests are protected, then one assumes that presumes that there's no adverse effect. When we look at 1025, the performance standards for land under the ocean, we, as you go through the general performance standards, there are 4, and then 5 talks about improvement dredging. We don't have improvement dredging. I mean, we do have improvement dredging over at the West Berth, and there you use the best available measures so as to minimize adverse effects on the interests: bottom topography, sediment, transport, water circulation, marine productivity. We don't have any dredging over on the East Berth. 6 involves maintenance dredging. We don't have maintenance dredging at the East Berth, which is the small vessel port. 7, projects not included in 5 and 6, i.e. dredging, which affect nearshore areas as we go through there, altering the bottom topography so as to increase storm damage or erosion of coastal beaches, coastal banks, coastal dunes, or salt marshes. We don't have beaches, dunes, or salt marshes, and the coastal bank is the bulkhead. And then projects not included in 5 and 6, which affect nearshore areas, the project shall not alter the bottom's topography so as to impede navigation for recreational vessels or to impede or by impeding any open line of sight. The project does neither of those. Number 9, what we really have here is when it talks about for projects not included in 5, i.e. not improvement dredging. If water dependent, this is certainly a water dependent project, shall be constructed using best available measures so as to minimize adverse effect. We've provided measures both during construction and in the design to minimize the adverse effect on the resource areas of land under the ocean. We've redesigned it to have no loss of land under the ocean at the small vessel port. It's only when a non-water dependent project shall have no adverse effect on fisheries, habitat, wildlife. When it's a water dependent, it's minimized the adverse effects. And then in 11, which the peer reviewer did cite in his letter from today, notwithstanding the provisions of 1025.5, 7 through 9, no project shall be permitted to result in the destruction of eelgrass or widgeon grass. As we've shown on the plans, the project is designed to avoid the direct impact of eelgrass. We don't have work in the eelgrass. We've developed a mitigation. We've developed a plan that's an avoidance plan to avoid alteration of eelgrass that was developed in consultation with DMF and the EPA, the Harbor Master. And we also work with the conservation staff to avoid eelgrass. We've provided a mitigation plan in the event that there is the inadvertent or unanticipated loss of eelgrass, and that mitigation plan is at 3-to-1. So the plan that we've shown in the that's in the record shows no direct impact to eelgrass. We have work near the eelgrass. The realignment of the bulkhead to the north provides greater separation from the existing eelgrass meadow to that new revised bulkhead. The removal of that notch at the south provides some greater separation, and we have a slight change with the oversheeting directly to the west of the eelgrass meadow. So by meeting the performance standards for land under ocean, and per the introduction for the standards of 1021, which says when you meet the performance standards, you're protecting the interests of the bylaw. It's our interpretation through these regulations that we don't have an adverse effect to the adjacent resource area of land under the ocean with the realignment of the bulkhead at the small vessel port. And therefore, with meeting the standard of no adverse effect to the land under the ocean, it's our opinion, our interpretation that we meet the performance standard of 1038-4D. And that's why we rescinded the waiver request from that provision of the wetland, of your Falmouth wetland regulations. I know that's a long-winded answer, but it takes a lot to work through the regulations, Mr. Chair.
Boy, it was. Oops, did I say that? Sorry. Jen?
I have nothing to add right now, Mr. Chairman, unless Trey would like to respond as your peer reviewer.
Obviously, you can tell that we don't agree on this point, but that's up to each of the commission members, I guess, to understand the regulations and determine which version they feel is correct.
Okay. Mr. Newton?
Nothing at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Mr. Dunk, how would you answer that? What about the prop wash, turbidity effects, that type of thing?
Sure.
How do you address that?
Yes, I'm actually glad you asked that, Mr. Chairman. As you know, Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution has been around since, now I have to get the exact year, LA, I think it's 1936?
1930.
1930. I did see on their Facebook the anniversary of the opening just within the past couple of weeks. This layout of the current Island Marine Facility was constructed in the 60s. We provided a copy of the Chapter 91 license. The small vessel port has been in place where it is, where the realignment is occurring. That small vessel port has been in use. The berthing of vessels in that area has occurred for the past 50 plus years in that area. And the eelgrass in the eel pond channel is present and continues to thrive. The operations on the east berth has not adversely affected the eelgrass meadow. The uses in that area will continue to be, similar uses. So I think the case study of 50 years of use And no change in use will not have an adverse effect on the eelgrass in that area. On the west berth, that area where the robotics vessel port is proposed, and the purpose there really is to formalize that port. That's been used, and over the past 50 years, that has been used to moor vessels. It had transient floats that are used to provide access to the water sheet to launch robotic vessels. And so likewise, that area has been used for the past 50 years, which is greater than the extent of the proposed small vessel, the robotics vessel port. And that eelgrass continues to thrive. And if you can indulge, I just want to show a couple of pictures that show this, that show these areas and their historic uses. And I'm just trying to change my, actually, it's just a little, having to change the views. So I'm just going to show you the, rather than being in slideshow view. So what we have here is a photo from 1968 that's showing, vessels over where the robotics vehicle port is proposed. We have the small boat vessel port over here. This is the notch that will be removed. It's not changing. And here's a more recent photo from last month, again showing the two large ships in port. A vessel that's right here where the autonomous vessel robotics vessel port will be proposed. So these areas are used, have been used. The uses are not changing, and with that, with that case study and the uses being the same, we don't see that there's be an adverse effect. I think when I look at the preamble to the section 1016, it really looks that you're worried about the prop wash, the turbidity from prop wash, from the folks with two outboard motors and want to go from 0 to 60 in 2 seconds. That's not what's happening here at Hui. Number one. Number two, the depths are quite a bit. We have this eelgrass is growing at, I have to pull up the plan to give you the exact numbers, but at minus 14 feet. So there's quite a depth of water here, between the draft of the boats and the vessels and where the eelgrass is. So hopefully that answers the question, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, is that 14 feet fairly consistent?
I can pull up the plans if you want me to that show that I think we can, let me just see if I have that plan available.
The eelgrass does peter out at about 14, 15 foot depth on the west berth, Mr. Chairman. On the east berth, it's growing in depths of a little bit shallower. I want to say 9, 10 feet.
Not insignificant.
No.
Okay. All right. All right. All right, I'm going to turn it over to commission comments or questions, and we'll come back if we need to. All right, Steve, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, but I'm afraid I will have to listen to the experts and evaluate my decision. I can't ask any more questions. Thank you.
Okay. If you come up with something, just raise your hand. Peter.
No comments or questions.
Okay. Pat.
I'd just like to make a comment about eelgrass. And I know it was addressed in Trey's reports, the importance of eelgrass and why there are stringent regulations in our local regulations, which are more protective than the state or the federal government. And I would like to address specifically the dock regulations 1016-1H5, which prohibits any construction, reconstruction, or modification of a dock within 50 feet of eelgrass bed. I don't think there's any disagreement that there are a couple of locations on this project where the dock is within that 50-foot buffer. And I believe you are still seeking a variance from that provision of our regulations. And it's my opinion that you haven't established the hardship component of that is required for a variance from our regulations. And you know, one of the reasons it's so hard to get a variance from the commission is that we have to treat all applicants equally. And so the variance provisions are written in a ways that makes it pretty difficult to satisfy the requirements. There has been some discussion by Hui that the buildings and the uses create the hardship related to this property. But our regulations also say that the hardship cannot be self-created. So those buildings and those uses are created by Hui or its predecessor, and that's not the basis for hardship. I think the third suggestion by Hui for hardship in this instance is the shape of the property. I'm not swayed by that. This is not atypical for the waterfront properties in Falmouth. So what I suggest is that we either get more creative in identifying a hardship for us, or make some adjustments to your proposal so that you aren't within that 50-foot buffer. There's no qualitative evaluation, as Mr. Dunk just finished doing, with regard to the provisions in 1025, causing harm, damaging. This is very straightforward, 50 feet. You have to have 50 feet. And if you don't have the 50 feet, you need to either get a variance or modify your design. I have no other, one other thing. I did ask Jen to put into the record a very short 2-page bulletin from NOAA that talks about the importance of eelgrass, just so that's part of the record. And I have no other comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Mr. O'Brien?
After that performance, I think I'll keep my big mouth shut.
Come on, you can compete with that. This is Jack or Dwight, not to go backwards, but you said on the east side is about 14 feet. What is the Neil Armstrong draw?
Actually, Mr. Chairman, the comment I made was on the west side. We have eelgrass running out about 14 feet. Yeah.
Mr.
And on the top of sheet G102, plan sheet G102, there is a table that provides all of the draft information for the various vessels, the Atlantis, the Neil Armstrong, and the Tioga.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
And Mr.
Thank you.
Chair, I would like to have Eliza Cox, the attorney representing Hui, address the hardship issue. I think this is a very unique site. It's a very unique use. And as we've mentioned, Hui has been around since 1930. The current Island facility was built in 1969 that predates the bylaw and the Wetlands Protection Act. But I would like to just share this slide and let Eliza respond to that.
Okay. Ms. Cox, you're up.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good evening, members of the commission. For the record, Eliza Cox from Nutter, McLennan, and Fish. I had put together this slide to show you if needed tonight, and I think in light of Commissioner Harris's comments, I do want to walk through it. We believe that we have documented that there are unique characteristics here that justify the hardship as set forth under the regulations. I've heard at prior meetings, relatedly from commissioners, that they were concerned with this concept of setting a precedent. And I would just note that variances by their very nature require the showing of unique circumstances. And here it is, I think without question, that this is a highly unique property. In fact, I've heard several commissioners over the course of these meetings that we've had recognize that this is a very unusual and unique case. This is not your typical dock or pier project. And those are the docks and piers that I think, frankly, your regulations were intending to regulate, not working ports, such as is the case here. This is, as Leslie Ann indicated in her initial remarks, the only deep water port on Cape Cod. And access to that deep water is so critical to Hui's mission and use of this port for berthing their global research vessels, for testing their robotics vessels, and for the functionally dependent fabrication, repair, and maintenance that occurs on this, this property. The shape of the landform, I respectfully differ with Commissioner Harris, I think is very unique. How it extends past eelgrass beds on both sides and out into Great Harbor. If you look at other properties in the nearby vicinity, you will see that this is unique in terms of its shape and how it provides this deep water access, which is, as I mentioned, so essential to Hui's mission here. In addition, because of the positioning of the landform and the bulkhead vis-a-vis the eelgrass beds, a literal enforcement here of your provisions of your regulations is infeasible. And in fact, even your peer reviewer recognized that because of the shape of the landform and bulkhead, it would be infeasible to meet the 50-foot offset. Further, you've heard comments already this evening talking about the history of this unique property being over 52 years old, a licensed waterfront that predated the establishment of these Falmouth wetland regulations for eelgrass. It is an existing non-conforming condition that was not created by Hui, but rather by the town's adoption of the creation of provision in your regulations. Finally, and I think Dwight made this point a couple of times during the presentation, but I think it's important to note that the eelgrass beds exist with Hui's use of the facility, which really is not changing. These two eelgrass beds on either side of the pier were not mapped by DEP and were discovered by Hui during site-specific survey work that was done for this filing. Hui has been actively using this area. You saw the photographs earlier this evening for its use, including the berthing of vessels, and that use is not affecting the eelgrass beds. The fact that Hui's use, which isn't changing, and the existing pier, which is staying essentially the same shape, have not adversely affected the eelgrass beds, despite having been located within 50 feet of those beds for over 50 years, again, is a unique characteristic that I think justifies this relief. So collectively, we suggest that these factors, together with the overall attributes of the project, reducing program, reducing building footprint, retaining almost essentially the same dock footprint operations, all collectively render this application highly unique and not precedent setting, and frankly, authorize and allow the commission to find a hardship within the meaning of your regulations.
And if I may add, from a pragmatic perspective, as a wetland scientist, as environmental scientist, having worked on some complex projects over my career, I think I agree with everything that Eliza has said. I certainly, as a ecologist, marine ecologist, my master's degree in practice, support preservation, protection of eelgrass beds. So personally, I think that the project is designed, and with the mitigation that's proposed, will protect the eelgrass beds. A couple of other elements of the project is the stormwater management system that's proposed as part of this. As you all know, eelgrass is present where there's good water quality, where there's clarity, clear water that allows the light to penetrate and support the growth. So obviously, there's good water quality here. The proposed seawater project will, from all of the land side, have a new storm drain system that routes stormwater through particle separators to collect total suspended solids, which will have an improvement to the water quality. It currently is discharged to the harbor, both to the east and the west, and in the future it will be discharged, but it will have been treated through proprietary particle separators. So that's on a pragmatic part of the design. Another element to protect the eelgrass. Another piece, and I know commissions get worried about precedent. I think is part of an order of conditions, drafting a finding of fact, identifying the unique characteristics of this landform and these uses, which combined are the property of Hui, that makes up Hui. That test well that's out there that allows equipment to be tested in a controlled environment at deep water is a unique feature to this structure because of the landform. Having water that's 70 feet deep, that close to the shore, is unique. So I think having a finding of fact such that other potential applicants looking to modify, construct new piers, docks, or make or modify would have such a high bar to achieve, would result in this not setting a precedent that other potential applicants could meet. And I think that's something that could be done with a very detailed finding of fact.
Thank you, Mr. Dunk. Would you stop sharing, please?
Yes. Sorry about that.
That's all right. All right. Trey, do you have anything to add?
I would just like to kind of echo what Commissioner Harris said relative to how the project's been designed relative to eelgrass is, there are an abundance of measures that would prevent this dock facility from further encroaching on eelgrass while preserving all the functions that WHOI currently has access to and that are provided through the uniqueness of the site. We even discussed some of those during our January 7th meeting, but those did not come to fruition. So there are all design alternatives that would prevent further encroachment on eelgrass. I do agree that getting 50 feet at the site would be very difficult, but we don't have to further encroach than what currently exists.
Thank you. All right, Jen, can we open up to public chat?
Sorry, yes, Mr. Chairman. Catherine Bumpus has her hand raised, so I will move her into the panelist group. Catherine, I am moving you into a panelist. There we go.
Good evening, everyone. Are you ready for me, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, ma'am.
I sent a letter earlier. I am not going to read it into the record given how late it is but I ask that the commissioners review it, and I appreciate your time and energy in doing all of this. A couple of things that came out at me during this conversation. On the east side of the dock, on one of the plan sets early on, the Tioga berth is labeled that the Tioga will not move at certain tides because it does not have enough water under it to be clear of the eelgrass bed. I wonder about that as an operational thing, because having a boat that they can only move at certain tides seems counter to their scientific research. I understand that the small boat basin is being rearranged in the new plan or the slightly modified plan. I am unclear whether the bulkhead that is being proposed is still outside of the current bulkhead or if that's been addressed also. That was an issue that was raised earlier. We've submitted a lot of letters as abutters and would appreciate you reviewing them before you come to your findings. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Jen?
Thank you, Catherine. There does not appear to be anybody else for public comment, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right. Mr. Dunk.
Mr. Chair, if you don't mind just circling back on two items that were identified, one by Mr. Ruthven and one by Ms. Bumpus. And I'm just going to share my screen quickly, then I'll remember to turn it off. As I discussed in the presentation, the realignment does provide greater separation of much of the eelgrass margin from bulkhead. This blue line is the existing bulkhead, and the red line is the proposed realignment of the bulkhead as shown on the January 14 plan. This margin of eelgrass meadow is now going to have a greater separation from the bulkhead. This margin along here, this is going to have greater separation from the realigned bulkhead than it presently has. And it's only this small section where this small section that has some oversheeting and some slight, because of the oversheeting, we do have some slight movement of the bulkhead closer to the eelgrass margin. But as you know, just semi-quantitatively, we can see that this margin, and this margin is much larger than this area here. So we're having a greater separation from the eelgrass margin to the bulkhead overall. Number two, in terms of the Tioga, the regulations, can't cite the chapter and verse of the regulation, but it talks about a 3-foot minimum from the draft of the vessel, of 4 feet minimum from the end of the pier. Well, number one, from the end of the pier, we have 70 feet if we're looking at the dock. So, this is not a normal pier, number one. Number two, if we're looking just at the small vessel port, again, we're talking about water depths of minus 8 feet at mean low water. So that exceeds the 4 feet. And the Tioga, as Jack mentioned on that table, that's on sheet G102, shows that the 3-foot draft for the Tioga to the bottom is met. So the regulation is 3 feet. That 3 feet is met for the Tioga. The mention, I believe, was in the notice of intent, or it could have been in the response to comments of, timing the movement of the Tioga was purely a belt and suspenders offer by buoy in terms of their operations, to show that, the idea that, protecting eelgrass is important to buoy, and, making sure that they perform their port operations in a manner that is protective of the eelgrass. But it does meet that standard of the 3-foot draft. The larger vessels are in deeper water and definitely meet those standards.
Thank you. All right, first, are there any other questions or comments from the commissioners? Okay. Jen, anything further?
No additional chats, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right. Mr. Dunk, anything further from your team?
Yeah, I just want to ask Leslie Ann, a comment there about the use of the notch. Historically, there's been vessels that have been moored there. There's the Tioga and others that have been moored there. If we can show, actually, I think
it's on slide 6 or 7.
Yep.
Right?
I was just recalling which slide that is. And again, just to share quickly, this was part of the presentation that, that area, which is, as we're saying, is the blue is the current bulkhead. There have been vessels, the Tioga and others that have been moored in this area over this eelgrass without adversely affecting the eelgrass. So when we, those are shown here just as a couple of examples to demonstrate that this berth is used presently. And when this notch is removed and the Tioga is along here, it's going to be less potential shadow impact than is currently used.
Thank you. All right. When were those photos taken?
Leslie Ann, I defer to you on the dates of those photos that are on slide 6.
I can't exactly date them, Mr. Chair, but I can get you a date. But if we look at one, Rob, correct me if I'm wrong, one of them has the Nor in it, I believe.
That was a while ago. Yeah.
Not too long ago, the Nor only left maybe the one on the top. I think, is that the Nor on top, Rob? At the bottom. Well, they're both definitely after the new pier because both of them have the new pier on them. So it's post 1969, that's for sure. But they're more recent than that.
I mean, we had the Tioga tied up there last week, so
Yeah,
we didn't have I don't have a picture of it, but it's used regularly.
Yeah.
And actually on the west berth, you can see this. Is this I'm not sure which ship this was. That's over here on the west berth.
It's a busy day.
Yeah.
All right.
I think in summary, what we're trying to say, Mr. Chair, is that the existing uses have been over these areas. The proposed modifications will provide some greater setbacks, and the continued use will actually be less, have a smaller proportion of the vessel over the eelgrass bed, and making it a better situation for the eelgrass, both by moving bulkheads further away and having vessels be able to not having as much of the vessel, proportion of the vessel being over the eelgrass.
Excellent. All right. If there's nothing further, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we close the hearing and take it under advisement.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second to close this hearing. If there's nothing further, I don't see anybody jumping up and down, so they'll take that as nothing further. All right. I'm going to take the vote to close the hearing. Matthews, aye. Kevin?
O'Brien, aye.
Pat?
Harris, aye.
Peter?
Walsh, aye.
Steve?
Aye.
It is unanimous. We have closed the hearing. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the commission, staff.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. All right. Maury's back. Is Betsy back?
I'm moving Betsy back.
Okay.
I just got to move everybody into attendees. Hang on.
Right. Hanging.
I think that was the last one. Did I lose any commissioners in the process? Nope. Move Catherine back into attendees.
You can lose me. I'm okay with that.
Catherine, okay. Let's see if I still have 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Where's
Yeah, we're
Betsy?
missing Betsy.
Hang on. Here she comes.
Okay.
Do I have everybody or did I lose someone?
Oh, we have Kevin. We have 7 commissioners. Steve's here. That's all that matters.
Steve's here. All right, I'm trying to promote Raul up because he's up next. Raul, if you're still awake and with us.
All right, let me do my part. So we've taken care of the few after that, which is good. So next up is a continued request to amend an existing order of conditions. Gregory Nickel, 19 Woodneck Road, Falmouth, Mass. Request to amend the order of conditions for Mass DEP number 25-4422 to permit a generator pad, enlarged front entry, and modifications to the screen room and stairs, and to install mitigation plantings. Man, Raul, you're up, sir.
Good evening. For the record.
Sorry, I was going to interrupt you. Just for the record, the quorum is all of us because it hasn't been opened.
Correct.
Yes.
Sorry about
So
that.
good
Raul.
evening. For the record, Raul Lizardi from Cape and Islands Engineering, representing the applicant. I'm Greg Nickel for the project at 19 Woodneck Road. The project 3 years ago received a notice of intent. The project was to raise the existing dwelling, but keep the existing foundation and rebuild a 2-story house. The intentions back 3 years ago was that all the work was going to be within the footprint of the house, no changes to the exterior of the house. On the new entry, the proposed new house was going to have a smaller entry landing or stoop. However, last year when this project went to request the certificate of compliance, several discrepancies were noticed from the approved plan to what was built. Most of the changes structurally to the building is on the stoop. The entry to the new house happened to be a much larger entry into the front door, which increased development within the buffer zone A. Other changes that were noticed by staff and we made some revisions to the plan had to do with the hardscape and stepping stones around the house. I'm going to share my screen to start talking about this project.
Yeah.
So the last revised plan that we submitted shows the existing house and existing development, but also in the background, tough to see, is the original house and the original footprint of structures. If I zoom to the front landing, if everybody can see this, there is a landing with 3 steps, whereas what was proposed was a little section here of about 30 square feet. So this entire project, it's an increase in development within the buffer zone A. The resources, just to go back on resources, there's land under the ocean, salt marsh, BVW, and coastal banks. If I go back to some of the other changes to the hardscape and areas around the building, this existing screen porch was rebuilt, but it was slightly shifted back along the back wall of the house. This hatched area was the extent of the old deck where the new screen porch was supposed to take place. But when they lifted the house and rebuilt the screen porch, it was shifted. In terms of square footage, it kind of stayed the same, but it just showed that this hatch area is no longer structure, and this green dotted area is now structure. This other cross hatch area were pavers that were originally on the site, but after construction got relocated elsewhere. Similarly to this hatched area along this side next to the stepping pavers. Some of the stepping stones were relocated around the site, and some of the, what I'll call river stones, were relocated around the site. I'm gonna share, hopefully everybody can see this picture. This is prior to the existing house being raised and reconstructed. All of this river rock that existed underneath the old deck and along the side of this pathways got relocated. The original order condition only had changes to the structure, and there was no intended changes to the outside hardscapes. So when we originally made the calculations for buffer zone A mitigation, we only calculated for the structures. We did not calculate the areas for the hardscape areas. So for this revise and amendment application, we now include that comparison, not just structures, but also landscape and hardscape. All that river stone that was underneath the deck was stripped out of underneath the deck and now was repurposed around the site. This picture shows what was built afterwards. So they stripped all the river rock, but they used it around the rest of the house as a drip edge. This last stepping stone past the rinse station was relocated from elsewhere on the property. This one was not inexistent. The other stepping stones that were at this location were repurposed around the property. So ultimately, when we account for all those changes, it results in an increase in development within the buffer zone A. In the buffer zone B, the existing or the former AC pad that was in the B zone was removed from the B zone and relocated into the A zone. So in terms of mitigation, that increases mitigation calculation requirements. Overall, there was approximately 100, if I can go to the calculations here, 162 square feet of mitigation required for all the changes to the proposed house and alterations to the hardscape. However, staff also noticed that in 2015, this board approved the installation of a shed, which is the shed in this location. But the Conservation Commission did not know that there were going to be 2 ramps along the sides of the shed. Staff noted that 24 square feet of additional ramp structure needed to be mitigated for. So we calculated that additional mitigation on top of the mitigation for the order of condition amendment to include it as part of the mitigation. So we proposed mitigation in 2 areas. This area, 174 square feet, and this strip, about a 2-foot strip by 30 feet of 60 square feet for mitigation plantings. And hopefully, I have to also add, part of this calculation is also due to the fact that the homeowner is going to remove this additional stepping stone that showed up past the rinse station. This stepping stone at the bottom of this stairs to the screen room, and remove this, only this portion over here of the drip edge stone. So by removing the calculations for mitigations comes out to be the proposed 60 plus 174. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you, Raul.
I'll stop sharing.
Please. Jen?
No questions, Mr. Chair.
All right. Mr. Newton?
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right. Commissioners, Betsy?
No questions, thanks.
Kevin?
No questions, thank you.
Me? I can't hear you, Jamie. You're all set with the shed being closer than 10 feet to the mitigation planting, Jen?
Nice catch, Maury. Raul, can you shift those?
Yeah, so when we were looking for the mitigation plantings to be placed, we had them further away, but nobody could find the mitigation planting that was approved in 2015. So behind the proposed areas of this mitigation for the 174 square feet, it's a mulched area with some shrubs. And because we don't know where the areas for the prior 2015 mitigation was, we want to keep it within the lawn. Because it is the shed and the shed only access is through the ramp, we provide the ample space on the ramp side and not on the, I would call it the back side of the shed. So we propose the mitigation to go around the shed. But other than that, we just didn't want to bring it up the mulch areas that have plants because we don't know if that's the area that was approved in 2015 for mitigation. Nobody could find that plan.
Well, there is a chance, Raul, that you might have to move that 10 feet away from the shed, but we'll let the board decide what they want to do. Sorry, the rules of the...
Maury, anything else?
All set, thank you.
Okay. Pat?
No questions, thanks.
Peter? Oh, I don't see Peter.
Peter's blank.
He went to bed.
Peter went away for a minute.
skip him for a second. Steve?
Question.
No, you're supposed to draw it out. Where's Peter?
Why don't we table this? Move on to the others.
Oh, don't leave poor Raul here.
Oh, I'm sorry, Raul.
Quorum, you can close this. You have a quorum.
Just take Peter out of the quorum.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do we have enough? Yeah, we do, obviously.
we do. I was just trying to be inclusive. All right.
I'll
Is
make
there
a
anything in the public chat function?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Raul, don't do it. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
Oh my
I
God.
just wanted to say, I just quickly calculated the area that's within 10 feet of the shed. If I share my screen quickly here. So this is about 35 square feet. If the commission is comfortable with us closing the hearing tonight and just revising the plan for the staff to review that this 35 square feet gets relocated elsewhere 10 feet away from the structures, I'll be happy to accept that as a condition.
I'm fine with that, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I'm fine where it is. I understand Maury's point, but as a secondary structure, I don't know. I don't know what the rule is like in the strictest sense, but so we have options. So that's good. That'll come up in the findings. So
Thank you, Raul.
I'll take a motion in a second if anybody wants to.
I make a motion to
offer.
close the hearing and take it under advisement.
Second.
All right. We have a motion and a second to close the hearing. If there's nothing else, and for the record, I've removed Peter from the quorum. All right, Betsy,
Barfield, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Maury,
Hollow Hawks eye.
Pat,
Harris, aye.
Steve.
Pat and I.
It is unanimous. We have closed this hearing. Thank you, Raul.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Night, Raul.
Good night, Raul.
Sorry for such a late night for you.
Maury, do you have a dog?
No, you're listening to Seamus. He's making all kinds of
No,
noise.
no. I saw something run through Maury's.
Oh,
I do.
For
Yes,
Kevin,
I
you
do.
on your lap?
A little rat terrier?
Another Jack, yeah.
Oh, have you seen mine? Have you seen mine?
Yep.
Yeah.
They're adorable.
dog chatter, but it's 11 o'clock at night. So moving on.
There goes Seamus.
He said, let's
On
go.
cue.
All right. Continued request to, I'm sorry. Move forward. Continued hearings under an enforcement order. Kevin Cloward, the second trustee, 18 Willis Lane Nominee Trust, 18 Willis Lane, East Falmouth, Mass. Unpermitted removal of mitigation and restoration plantings associated with Mass DEP number 25-4099. Jen?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the property owner is requesting a continuance. They actually did submit a notice of intent for a restoration plan today to the office. So we are scheduling that for February 9th. So staff is recommending we continue this to February 9th. And that will wrap this enforcement order up into that notice of intent.
So moved.
Second, Harlow Hawks.
We have a motion and a second to continue this until February 9th. And Peter's still missing. All right. Betsy,
Gladfelder, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Maury,
Harlow Hawks eye.
Pat,
Harris, aye.
Steve.
Pat and I.
It is unanimous. We have continued this until February 9th. Next up, vote order of conditions. First up, Caroline, I'm going to trash this name, Abdul Razak, of North, well, I don't know if it's North, NWW 3 Realty Trust, 0 Associates Road, Falmouth, Mass. This is building on the last available lot, is it not?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and I think the only outstanding question is where we're going to put, where they're going to put those improvement plantings. They had a few different areas. Forgive me for 1 second. I'm looking for something. There was a few different options. The staff had recommended be closest to the resource area and to move the shed. And they had presented some other alternatives. So what would the board like to do?
I don't mind leaving the shed where it was. So their first proposal was to leave the shed where it was, and they had a first proposal to leave the shed where it was, and then a second proposal to move it. But in both cases, the mitigation was going to be moved.
Didn't they have a third proposal to leave the shed and show you the mitigation plantings around the shed?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Oh, well,
But leave the shed where it is, but have the mitigation plantings connected to the other woody vegetation.
Okay.
Anybody have anything different they want to see in there? Additional? All right. I'll take a motion.
Make a motion to accept. Go on, Pat.
I move that we issue an order of condition as discussed.
Fiveholter second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to issue an order of conditions as discussed. Is there anything else? Perfect. Betsy?
Fiveholter aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin?
O'Brien, aye.
Maury?
Arlo Hawks aye.
Pat?
Harris, aye.
Steve?
Aye.
Thank you. It is unanimous. We have issued an order of conditions. What happened to Peter?
I don't know.
That's kind of weird. Hopefully everything's okay. All right, next up. John Duffy, 44 Lakeshore Drive North, Falmouth, Mass. And the quorum is all of us.
This is the proposed reconstruction of the house, mitigation plantings, and the only thing is that weird little structure that was on the beach that we'd like removed.
Yep. And yeah, no increase in bedrooms, cesspools are going to be removed. Yeah. Anything anybody want to see in there? Maury?
I'll make a motion to accept to issue an order of conditions as discussed.
Arlo Hawks second.
Kevin, you're a little slow there.
Yeah.
All right.
Getting late.
All right, we have a motion and a second to issue an order of conditions as discussed. Betsy?
Gladfelter, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin?
O'Brien, aye.
Maury?
Arlo Hawks aye.
Pat?
Harris, aye.
Steve?
Patton, aye.
It is unanimous. We have issued an order of conditions. Thank you. Next up, Ellen Vereen, trustee, Fells 9 Realty Trust, 9 Fells Road, Falmouth, Mass.
Okay, this was, I don't have any plans on this one.
The raise and a rebuild, no? Do I have the right? Yeah.
I know there was Razor Maze builds a single family home, and then mitigation and the restoration of the bank project.
And there was some Lisa comment.
The big thing is we need to incorporate Natural Heritage's entire comment letter, because they need to hire a certified or state-approved botanist for the saltwater penny ward. At least something new. And then I think the board wanted to keep the existing trees.
Correct.
Trees.
Yeah.
Yeah. Less sweet fern and more low bush blueberry.
Yeah, and low bush blueberry along the path.
Do we have a DP number?
Yes.
And we did ask if they'd mark the trees that were going to be removed. But if they're not removing any, they don't have to mark any.
Okay.
I have a note that Maury wants more mitigation plants and no fern on the edge of the path.
Amos agrees.
Where do you want the mitigation more?
That area that was primarily down by past the cedar tree.
Okay. Yeah.
It's where I think she had 9 clethra. That was it.
Yeah. Okay.
It's quite a big area.
Got it.
That was all.
Okay.
Pat.
Thank you, Pat.
Welcome.
All right. Anything else anybody wants to see in there besides the normal stuff? All right. Anybody?
I move we issue an order of conditions consistent with discussions.
Carlo Hawk, second.
All right. We have a motion and a second to issue an order of conditions as discussed. All right. Betsy?
I hesitate to unmute because Pat's dogs got my dogs going crazy. So
You give me a thumbs up.
we're trying to
All
get
right.
Maury's dog barking too.
He's just incredible tonight.
Matthew's
There's something
on.
going on there
Kevin?
that I had to check out.
Brian, an order of conditions.
It's hard to hear you, Jamie.
I don't know what's different than every other night. All right. Kevin O'Brien, can you hear me?
Oh, yes. Now, aye.
You, Maury?
Carlo Hawk's eye.
Harris, I.
Pat and I.
No giddy now.
Well, sometimes we can't hear you, Jamie.
I have a choir out there.
All right, next up, George. 83 T-Ticket Path, East Falmouth, Mass.
This was for an addition, and then we discovered all the additional impervious surfaces. So they revised their plan to address that.
It's a good thing.
So, and a little minor filling in the backyard.
The quorum is all of us.
Yes.
All right, is there anything anybody wants in there? Normal stuff. All right, I'll take a motion.
Make a motion to accept or issue order of conditions as discussed.
Hello, Hawk, second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to issue an order of conditions. Betsy,
Gladfelter, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Hello, Hawk's eye.
Harris, aye.
Steve,
And I.
it is unanimous. We have issued an order of conditions. Thank you. Next up, Nina's Marina Realty Trust, 306 Canton Ave, Falmouth, Mass.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that was the reconstruction of the bulkhead.
Yeah, their methodology, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some thoughts, because I was asking some questions today. It's gonna be done at low tide, so that timber is supposed to be able to stop the water from going in. And they said that they would do additional mitigation measures by putting the silt fence on the bottom of the lowest timber and then wrapping it around on the top to try to stop the water. I don't know how the board feels about that.
Isn't this like the third methodology change they have?
Yes,
Yeah.
to answer your question.
It is being done in the smaller sections.
You know, I'm not a big fan of any of their methodology so far. You know, if they put steel sheathing in, they could work the way that you usually do it, so you could pull that wood out. But the fiberglass is just too, delicate to pull the old one behind. Once they put that in, that thing, it could slump. I mean, I don't know. Silt fence. I mean, it just doesn't. It's everything's just too kludgy to me. I mean, I think we really. I mean, I don't want to deny it, but I don't want to approve it either. It just didn't have enough information.
Didn't they do the fiberglass farther up the harbor couple years ago on the other side?
Yep.
And they
I don't
didn't
know
have any
why this is such a problem. Why they just can't do it like everybody else does. I mean, maybe it's the contractors calling the shots. I don't know, and he doesn't want to do it that way. But
This seemed to come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
That, we approved the change.
Yeah.
This, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, it's not going to work because it's too damaging to the material we're putting in.
Are they trying to grow the landform?
No, they're doing it inside. Well, inside, unless, as Maury says, it ends up slumping.
Yeah. I don't know.
Oh.
I mean, I just can't imagine taking a bulkhead out and then driving the sheathing. Usually you drive sheathing and backfill it, or you drive sheathing and take the old bulkhead out in front of it. But this one, I'm not a professional, but I've seen enough of them done.
Well, we've approved enough that haven't had
And never have seen one like this one.
problems. Yeah.
When they say they're doing it in sections, is that horizontally along the coast?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
So is it? Can the order? I mean, the problem is it costs a lot of money to stage all of this material, but can you do one section and have staff out there to observe the success of that section?
And then what, Betsy? If it doesn't work, put a stop to the project?
Then they're going to have to drive it behind and deal with any damage they get from it. How doesn't this don't they have to pound this in?
Yeah.
How can you pound in fiberglass? Doesn't it crack?
Well, they put a bar, it's got a cap on it, so they're not pounding right on the fiberglass.
Right, but it's still.
Yeah, but they do it. I mean,
all those forces. So I don't know why going against the old timber is going to be any more damage than driving would do.
If I remember right, they were saying that pulling out the old stuff is what
they're worried about. Yeah.
That the damage is when they're pulling out the old stuff.
That they might damage the fiberglass sheathing that they just put in. But they do it all the time.
Yeah.
Is it that they don't want to leave the old stuff there because it doesn't look so nice?
That I do not know.
I mean, wasn't there a comment made?
But I think that's why they wanted to cut it down, not remove it, but cut it down. But again, why couldn't you drive the fiberglass and then cut
the timber? The timber.
I mean, if
wall.
that's what you really wanted to do. I don't know. I'm not crazy about the methodology, but I'm not qualified to say what's best. So that's my opinion.
Me neither.
If the board's uncomfortable, given Kevin's departure after the longest meeting of his probably tenure with us, put an environmental monitor, put an oversight person on it. That's the town, at the expense of the applicant, they can hire an environmental monitor to review the site. The town does have someone on that contracts that will be overseeing marine type projects for the DPW. We can just require them to have some sort of oversight.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
That's a good call.
Yeah.
Because unfortunately for me, I can't stand out there and watch them do this project.
No.
With the current workload and staffing levels. So,
okay, so that would be an order. That would be a condition.
That would be a condition.
So prove it with that condition. You're saying, right?
Yeah. So I'll make a motion to issue an order of conditions with that as a special condition.
Harlow Hawk second.
And well, I'm just going to say it needs to be the environmental monitor should be approved by this commission.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Nate, I see you in the audience. It cannot be you. I'm about to get a text. So yeah,
I
we'll
think
drop
that's reasonable
that way. And if something happens, then we'll just have to, stop the project if anything goes haywire out there, and they'll have to figure it out.
Sounds good.
Well, yeah. Okay. So we have a motion and a second to issue an order of conditions as discussed. Anything else? All right. Betsy?
Gladfelder, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin?
O'Brien, aye.
Maury?
Harlow Hawk's aye.
Pat?
RSI.
Steve?
Pat and I.
It is unanimous. We have issued an order of conditions. Thank you. One more thing, under other business. It's probably not her personally, Snyder, the Osprey Nest, Jim.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and you do kind of fade in and out sometimes, Jamie. Even I realize that. I forgot to put it on the agenda. The Osprey project, as you know, you've done a couple of RDAs, so Osprey poles. This one is at Sea Farms. It's not under RDA because they want to put a pole on the commission's property under the care and control of the commission, but it's outside of jurisdiction. So all they need is your authorization to put a pole on your property so we can try to get the bird off the telephone pole and onto this pole.
So moved.
Harlow Hawk second.
All right. We have a motion and a second to approve. Betsy?
Gladfelder, aye.
Matthews, aye. Kevin,
O'Brien, aye.
Carlo Hawks, aye.
Harris, aye.
Steve,
Pat and I.
it is unanimous. We have approved that. I'll work on my audio, see if I can figure out what's wrong.
We can.
Yeah, it's just sometimes you're in and out.
Okay, and I don't realize that, so throw something at me.
No, trying
No meeting next week.
Everybody, this is Kevin's last meeting with you.
Is Kevin
Oh,
gonna be here till
Kevin.
Friday? Are you still working Thursday, Friday, Kevin?
Yeah, I'm working Monday too.
All right.
Yeah.
I'll come in and
Won't
see
be
you
in
in
the
person.
office, correct?
Yeah.
I will be on Monday.
But not Thursday or Friday.
Tomorrow I was gonna be, but it looks like we're gonna get some snow, so I'm probably not tomorrow, but Friday I will for the morning.
Okay. I make
Schedule,
right.
regular schedule every other day and
All right, one more motion and
I
second.
made
make
a motion to adjourn.
adjourn.
Carlo Hawks.
Harris, second.
Gladfelter, aye.
Matthews, aye.
O'Brien, aye.
Carlo Hawks, aye.
Harris, aye.
Pat and I.
Bye, everybody.
Who
Good
needs me?
night.
Good luck.
Night, everyone.
Seriously.
Hey guys.
Thank you.